Hello. Should take a second to catch back up. Hello. Should take a second to catch back up. Hello. Should take a second to catch back up.
Zelda, can you hear me?
Hey, sorry, I didn't have my headset on.
No worries. We are going live in 2 minutes, and it looks like your audio is coming through. Can you just speak again quickly?
Yep.
Yep, that's looking good. Okay, I'm just going to get the thing up, and we're good to go. 2 minutes. I'm hoping this thing just kicks in. It's the first time doing it, but looks like we'll set up good. Hey, Flade.
All right. Hey guys, you guys hear me?
Yep, coming through good.
All right. Are you already streaming as well on Twitter?
Not yet.
Not
It's
yet.
going to
Okay.
kick in 1 minute.
Okay. And we can kind of make this like casual too. We don't have to really like go off on script. We could just let people come in, ask questions if they want. We'll talk to people in game.
Perfect. Yeah, that'd be brilliant.
Also, I noticed you guys, when you hover over the NPCs now, it shows the names underneath them. That's a nice touch.
Yep. Yeah,
Yep.
we just added that recently.
I'll try and encourage some questions on Discord from people if they don't want to just jump in the chat. I think people get nervous sometimes.
Oh, it seems Master Adam has some competition in Magic.
Yeah. Yeah, Magic's gonna be interesting. So we didn't really solve a good solution for getting access to those stabs. So I have a feeling that whoever's keeping up with the Yatiri daily quest is gonna be able to get ahead pretty easily in Magic.
Cool. Okay, guys, the Bitmates are live. Welcome to the first ever Bitmates broadcast. You can probably see on the screen, there's a small gang of us that have turned up. And I'm Weeks, I'm currently the one doing the streaming, and we've got a bunch of people in our Discord chat, including the Chief Monk himself, Flade. Hey, Flade.
Yeah. Yeah, hey guys. Yeah, this is our, right now we just did our public beta launch, and we're playing with a bunch of the Bitmate holders.
Yeah, and believe it or not, I checked my MetaMask, it's 583 days since the mint. So that's 583 days of build that people are getting to experience, and free-to-play players will be able to tomorrow as well, which is incredible. And yeah, how's everybody finding it at the moment? Castor, I can see you in voice chat as well. Welcome. We've got Zelda Boy. Zelda, you picking it up?
Yeah. Sorry, I was just looking at everyone's attributes because I like the skeleton ninja.
Yeah, that's me. That's probably one of the best costumes I could put together. Okay, let's see. I pulled out all my rarest traits.
Okay, so I guess what we wanted to do today for those watching on stream is, yeah, we're going to show you some of what is going to be available to players tomorrow. So from 2 p.m. EST, our game becomes completely free to play. We mean completely free to play. So you'll be joining along playing and benefit from all the game features that Bitmate holders do as well. And as we're walking around, we'll be keeping an eye on Discord. We'll be keeping an eye on Twitter for any questions. And yeah, having people up on the voice chat. If you want to jump in Discord voice chat, please do. And yeah, we'll keep it pretty casual. At the moment, we've got how many players online? We've got 29 players online. So as we're walking around, we're probably going to bump into quite a lot of people, which is nice.
Yeah, I think that's the most we've ever had consecutive too, which is really cool.
Definitely, you can tell it makes such a difference having more people on. It really brings out the social element.
Yeah, it's especially really interesting considering these are only Bitmate holders. I wonder how high the numbers are going to get when the public release happens.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm really excited for it. I really don't know what to expect. We're kind of preparing for a bit. We're going to open up 3 servers in total, and right now we're setting our server cap to 200 players each. I think technically we could handle a bit more than 200, but I have a feeling it'll start to feel a little bit crowded at that number. But of course, if we even hit 200 consecutive players on one server, that's a good problem to have to begin with. So. Yeah, it should be really fun. Hopefully, quite a bit of people come in. We're getting really good feedback too. A lot of the people who are trying out the game seem to really like it. They tend to commit quite a bit of time to it at first. I feel like there's a lot there to go ahead and like experience right when you log in, which is kind of cool. So should be a pretty nice event tomorrow.
Yeah,
Definitely.
something I've seen a lot in the Discord is that recently joined people are comparing it a lot to RuneScape, and also they say that they enjoy it and that they would sink lots of time into it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean that's kind of like the goal of the game. That's what the gameplay is like designed to do. It's not like super demanding. Like it's a nice game to just have on another tab while you do some work. You can just click on some trees or some ore in the background, and then maybe when you have some more free time, that's when you start to do some of the crafting or some of the combat. And then other than that, it's just like a nice environment to like hang out with people and chat and stuff. So. Yeah, I'm really glad that like that kind of came across and that's how people feel, because that's kind of the goal that we're shooting for.
And just so people watching the stream know, Zelda Boy, when we actually opened our public beta in the closed beta to Bitmates holders for the first time, is the legend that sunk 19 hours into the 24 hours it was open playing the game. And so he hit the top of the leaderboard pretty quickly in terms of the skills. Will you be doing that again tomorrow, Zelda?
Maybe. I probably won't be putting that much time in. I'll probably be playing it a little more casual, but since the beta launch, I've been trying to stay active in the community.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so shall we wander off and maybe start doing some mining and chopping and introducing some of the enemies that are in the game? We just head
Yeah,
towards...
sure.
Yeah. Hey, follow the leader. Who's that in the spacesuit?
That's Master Adam. He's flexing.
He's flexing hard. Okay, so
Too bad Ayer's not here, else he could flex his golden monkeys.
Yeah, Aaron might be joining actually. So I guess tomorrow when you log into the game, there's going to be 9 skills available to you. So we've got the mining, the wood chopping, and the fishing. And of course, you can see us doing the mining now. And as you're gathering these resources, you'll be able to turn them into crafts. So we'll have smithing and woodworking and also cooking. And in terms of the other 3 skills, you'll immediately be able to try out. They're all related to combat. And there's 3 types of combat. And there's melee, which is basically a sword fighting. There's the bow and arrow. And then there's the staff, which I'm firing on screen now, which is basically the magic. And yeah, you'll be able to level up all of those things. And you can see what level you are on by checking these stats. I have joined the game about 20 minutes ago, and so my stats look like I'm not going to make it at all because they're pretty much all level 1 apart from mining. Flade, what have you got up to already?
Yeah, I've been cruising since the launch, so let's see. Yeah, we're at 13 mining, 21 woodcutting. I've mostly been focusing on those 2 because those are how you get all your tools early on. And then, yeah, 14 woodworking and 13 blacksmithing. So I've already got up to iron tools, which is the next tier of progression after the starter tools.
Yeah, currently I'm also focusing on mining and chopping because, like Flade said, it's how you get to the next tools. Although I joined about 2 hours after the initial launch, so I'm a little behind, but I'm catching back up. I believe I'm 8th on the leaderboard right now.
Yeah.
Who's at the top already? Is that Homeless Pleb?
Nope, that's me.
Oh, I'm Flade.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I won't be going this hard for very long. I think I'll do it today, and then obviously tomorrow we're gonna have to. I got a bunch of stuff I want to do to prepare for the free-to-play launch. So, but yeah, the game's definitely a lot of fun.
Who else is on? We've got Lost My Gains, Savage Sea. Oh, we've got Mike Law as well. Welcome, Mike.
Oh, cool. Mike's also.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, Wings. Hey, Flade. Hey, everyone. Hey, Zelda.
Hey.
Excited to join in on this closed beta session.
100%. You are actually the inspiration for the stream, Mike. I think you've got the most epic streams on Twitter, and we're basically copying.
Yeah, I love it. It's awesome. I think it'll be really cool. Also, huge congrats, I think, for early tomorrow, I guess, the free-to-play launch. I'm super excited for that. That'll be really fun.
Definitely, and hoping to see a lot of the treasure community and the smalls jumping in. Just a reminder to everybody, all you have to do to play is connect your MetaMask wallet to our site, and that will pretty much register as your account. So when you're skilling and upping your points, that's what it will be recorded against.
Prim, what are your stats looking like?
Oh, let me double check. Let's see. Stats. I need to level up quick, actually. I'm at level. Wait, I remember being like level 10. I think it got reset for the stats.
Yeah, so we done our closed beta tests all this month. We ended up just resetting everything for kind of a blank slate for everybody. So unfortunately, your stats got reset, but yeah, that's the first and last time we'll be doing that.
Oh, good. I'm level 2 in mining right now, so I'm gonna get to mining. Gonna level that back up.
Yeah, mining's a good skill. It's how you start to make your tools and weapons. So.
All right. I'm thinking we should head down to Clusterdon, given that there's enough of us, and really liven up the screen.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if we could take it out. Also, real quick, if you want, Winks, go ahead and click that like question mark in the bottom right. It's a new UI we just added. So in menu, there should see a question mark button.
Yep. So a lot of the questions that we were getting in Discord was about the hotkeys and stuff. And so as you can see, the team have put together a pretty amazing looking descriptor of all the keys and what all the signs of the game. I think that should be coming through on stream.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah,
the Vivians came up.
Oh, we're getting ambushed.
Wait, I've never seen this.
Oh dang, this
I've
is
seen them gun this high.
yo.
How did they get up here?
Oh yeah, these guys
What is-
guard the, I think it's the level 12 fish. The annoying part of them is that if you're at far enough range, they can shoot things at you.
Let's go and find
Yeah,
out.
they'll spit up at you.
Yeah, they went cross country to come attack us.
Yeah.
Gang.
Yeah, typically they won't do that, which means someone probably led them up here.
Yeah, earlier I think
Yeah,
Master
that's
Adam and one other person, we tried to kill Crustodon with like the basic tools, and we couldn't do it. So I want to get the mob over there so we can try to get some legendary drops.
Yeah, let's see. What do we have 29 online. I feel like 29 level 1 players could do it.
Dude, 8's
There's
together
gonna
strong.
be-
Let's go.
There's gonna be a lot of lives lost, but yeah, let's send some global messages.
Yeah.
I was able to kill him. It just took me a little bit. I think I died like 3 times.
I'll help with that. But I have no idea where anything is right now. Like directionally, I have to like go back and look at that map right now because this is my first time playing it.
We're gonna be. It's gonna be southeast. Like
Yeah, if you're in
very
Castaway Cove.
very bottom right corner of the map, and we're kind of all huddled around the ore pit in the stand, right near spawn. So if you guys know where that's at, you'll be able to see a big group of us.
Oh, there's more people.
Yeah.
coming
The
in.
one thing I'm worried about for the boss is that not many people, I think, have focused on fishing, and if they have, they probably don't have too much fish to spare. So the question is, how are we all going to survive?
You know, we got wooden swords and a dream. So we can just play it. Let's play it smart, all right? So all the people with the swords are killing the mobs, while the people with the wands are DPSing the boss.
That's a good plan.
Is there a
It's
big group?
going terribly already.
Oh
Yeah, we got a lot of people down here. We could definitely
Okay.
take them out.
I'm coming.
Also, you can quickly swap between weapons if your inventory is open with shift click. So if you have a bunch of those little guys on you, you can swap to your sword and you can AoE them.
I'm gonna try to
Okay.
make food real quick.
Just about to have the first death live on stream.
First in a-
Confetti. It's clearly
Your
not-
world's
That's
first.
not my thing. Yeah.
Congrats.
Oh, no, I'm gone. Goodbye.
You got a kite. You got a kite. If you don't have any mobs on you, swap to your wand. And then as soon as little guys get on you, you swap to your sword.
I'm coming back. I'll see if I can pick up any.
Okay, he's almost half health, dude. We're doing a good
Yeah, we're
job.
doing it. Look, it's just one coming through.
Hey, get back
Oh
here!
no, he's climbing
Where's
on
he
the
going?
mountains.
Where's he going, dude? Hey, is someone on the other side of the wall?
I
what's
think
that?
it's targeting Winks right now. Who died?
Oh shoot! I wonder if the teleport's messing it up. Hey, but it's free, guys. Free loot.
Yeah, they made it easy.
Flayed, actually, climbing on the wall like this has given me an idea. What if for the future, for certain boss attacks, they could maybe use the walls of their arenas?
Yeah, I mean, I think that could be cool. There's a lot of stuff that we would plan to do kind of in the future. And having like bosses interact with the terrain, I think could be a lot of fun.
Right, we need to do some mob control. It's getting kind of out of hand.
Crabs are annoying as well.
Alright, yeah, he's definitely going down. See if we can get something.
Oof.
Just
Oh, who got the loot?
bone-
Who got it?
bones and meat.
No legendary weapons.
Yeah, they may. Never mind. I'm gonna write it down. We should put a system message in the chat for who gets the loot for boss kills.
Oh, that'd
That
be
way it'll
cool.
say like, yeah, it'll say like which player got it. Right now, the way that
Good.
loot gets given is it totals up all of the damage done to it, and then it rolls a random number and gives it to one of those players. So the more damage you do, the higher chance you have to get loot, but there's still a chance to get loot even if you don't do the top damage. Oh, there's a swarm of us here.
Yeah, what's the chance of legendary drops? Isn't it less than 1%?
Yeah, it's really low right now. So very unlikely that one of us get it, and then the sad part is if anybody does get it, it's going to be a while before they have the level requirement to use it.
Yeah, but that's a valuable item. They could sell it.
Yeah,
If
and
they
there,
Is
don't
it like
plan on
max
rolling.
level? Is it like end game considered basically or not?
yeah, it's not the final level, but it's close to it. I think the crab items right now are level 45 out of a max level of 50, and the crab drops 3 different legendary items.
Yeah, I want the anchor so bad.
The magma staff, or is that's a different boss, isn't it?
Yeah,
That would be the armadillo.
Yeah. Yeah, the magma staff is cool too. I have to say that probably between the anchor and the magma staff, those are my 2 favorite weapons.
Flayed, I haven't really been in the cavern yet, but is the armadillo boss released yet?
No, the Magmadillo is not released yet. What we'll do is, as soon as we have that ready, we'll kind of package that together for another update, and then we'll push that out. There is a little bit of an expansion to the cave from last week's build, and you can kind of explore a bit deeper. And then there's a couple NPCs out there like mining a magma wall. So. Yeah, in a few weeks from now, we'll push another expansion where we include that boss and some other things that we're working on too.
it 5 minutes for the respawn time, Flade, for Custodon?
Yep. Yeah, 5-minute timer on boss spawns. So,
I've just tried mining the ore here, and I'm not level 6.
yeah.
We've got Savage Stevo with us as well. Stevo, I think you're UK based as well, aren't you?
Oh, we're losing a lot of the apes. They're all going to go grind. They're losing out on experience.
Yeah, no EXP waste. That 5-minute downtime is grind time.
Yeah, I ran back to do more mining.
Oh yeah, I ran off to do more chopping, thinking you guys were fine with the apes you had.
I wonder, do you guys have the leaderboards up? You guys are racing right now?
I do, in fact, currently have the leaderboard up, as well as the EXP table, so I know how much experience it takes for everything.
Do you have? All right, let me pull it up too. I want to see who's at the top. Wait, Flade, you're at the top?
Yeah.
Bro, calm down. I was expecting either Master Adam or Menacing Candy to be at the top. I'm surprised.
It took me 2 extra hours to join in, so that's why I'm not at the top right now. Otherwise, I probably would be.
I'm just working on quests right now.
Yeah,
Getting your reputation up. Yeah.
Quests are a good thing to work on because they reset. I think it resets in 1 hour.
Oh, in 1 hour?
I think. I might be wrong. Either 1 or 2 hours. And yeah, it'll reset the same time every day.
Okay.
So that's
cool.
actually a good idea to get those first set of quests in before tomorrow's reset.
Oh no, I can't mine here. Level 6 mining? Yo, how long do you think that'll take me to get?
Oh, level
Probably
6 doesn't take long at all. It's from level 10 to level 20 that takes a little longer.
It's probably
Alright,
like
Krusty
5
Boy's
minutes.
back up.
Oh, is he?
Come on, guys, let's come back here. I need help. I can't do it on my own. I'm a noob. I got wooden staff.
Yeah, we should have system messages for boss spawns too. Just so people can kind of see it around the world. Could even do like a pop-up, like a little pop-up in like the top right or something. Notification.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Man, in closed beta, I was slapping for like 8 damage. Now I'm only hitting like 1s and 2s with my weak weapon.
That's a good place to train melee though. These clusters of little crabs.
Yeah.
Good AoE damage.
Oh yeah, those things would be great, but the problem is you'd have to be soloing it because otherwise the crabs would just disperse and then you wouldn't get as good AoE damage.
Yeah. I'm going for that no damage boss kill.
Damage taken.
Oh, dang. Okay, I lost.
Wait, did you die?
No, I didn't die. I took damage.
Oh, okay.
Bro, Custodon's so fast.
Yeah, his movement speed's up there.
Well, I mean, he is a giant crab. It's hard to outrun him.
True.
Oh.
But he's got an anchor. Those are heavy.
I mean, even if it's heavy, those are some giant legs. He has some huge strides.
Yeah, he's kind of a Chad.
He doesn't skip leg day.
He's been hitting the gym.
What do you think he used that anchor for?
Rumor has it he stole it from the ship that That crashed. Wait, didn't we move that ship? I remember it being to the north in Castaway Cove.
Yeah, it's still there.
Oh, it's still there.
Something that I have noticed is moved is that the caged mermonkey no longer just sits out in the open.
Wait, was it outside of the cage?
No.
There was
no, I just don't think the cage is there anymore.
Okay. Yeah, I want to give it some more purpose. We didn't have anything special for it. Kind of just felt like it was there.
future quest.
Yeah.
Maybe there could be certain just side quests such as that where it just improves reputation with all mermonkeys because you saved him.
Just some bones.
Oh man.
Who
Feels
got that?
bad.
Picked it up.
I don't know. Who did get it? I think it was Savage Stevo. I think he got the premium boss bones. Where Tinker? Oh, someone's asking in the chat where Tinker.
I answered. They're in Brightwood.
Brightwood's kind of a long trek.
Yeah, but it's worth it for that birch.
You know what you need to do during this 5-minute downtime is go die so you respawn with full health.
Or you can be like me and only take 2 damage.
Are you still only fighting melee long legs?
I gave up. You know, I feel
I've seen
like
him with the magic wand.
yeah, good players they use everything at their disposal. So I'm swapping between melee and magic when it sees fit. I know I said in the beta I would never touch magic, but
Yeah.
I was naive then. I was just a wee child.
Yeah. I don't even think I've tried melee yet. I just keep using magic. I think it's because I'm less likely to die. So I'm crap at combat.
Melee's nice because it just feels so fast. Like with magic, it feels a little bit slow. I mean, I know that's intentional, but
well, isn't it if you're meleeing, you can get in more your strikes more quickly?
yeah,
Yeah,
it's got a shorter downtime.
Yeah, melee is the fastest attack speed. And it's also currently the only skill that can do AoE damage. Which won't always be the case, but right now that's its strength.
Mm-hmm.
The weakness is obviously you have to get up and close.
Yeah, definitely melee is my favorite type of attack. You just feel the strongest when you do it.
Yeah, something really great about melee too is because it's the fastest and because you can stun enemies, although you're still getting hit, you're getting hit not as much as you would if you just stood there with a staff. Although that doesn't really help with Crustodon because he doesn't get stunned.
Yeah.
In the future, it'd be kind of cool to add some like defensive capabilities for people using melee, so that way they can kind of also attack the boss without dying. Because right as it stands right now, it's pretty hard to kill the boss with just melee weapon, unless you have some really good food.
Yeah, I'm assuming a workaround for this would be armor because I've seen the armor slots and the shield slots. And then on top of that, there is also maybe there could be a hotkey for eating food. Like maybe there could be a food slot somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Both of those things are kind of the plan. We'll definitely have more items in the future that give players different kind of like stats. Some of those might be like take less damage or deal more damage or attack faster. And then yeah, I agree as well. We'll eventually have a hotkey to eat food as well as like drink potions and stuff that we'll add in the future. Right now, the current plan for like expanding out the combat system is to try to experiment with a right-click functionality. So like a lot of games, you'll know like left-click is kind of a basic attack, and then right-click you can do a heavy attack. And I think that'll give us a lot of depth too. We can give every weapon a right-click, which would be something that you would hold down longer, and it would do something a bit different. So something cool we can do with melee is we can have that right click be, we can give those players like a shield, and then when they right click they can block attacks, either mitigating damage or maybe completely removing damage, which would give the melee playstyle a bit more functionality too. Potentially like letting players turn into tanks.
Yeah, and then also for the different types of staffs, that would be kind of cool too. Because maybe like the left click would be like a basic like projectile, and then like the right click could be some type of specific spell bound to that staff.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea, and then we can even get a bit more creative. We can kind of give off the effect of two-handed weapons too. So say like you're using a magic staff, but you don't have an offhand equipped, your right click can do something a bit different, like a more powerful attack. But maybe we also give players like a mage's book or something, so they could use a staff with a mage's book, and then if they right clicked with a mage's book, then they would get a different ability on their mouse too. Same with melee. So if you use a sword and you just want to like two-hand it with no shield, then you would get like a powerful, maybe like a bigger single target attack that does more stun damage or something. And then if you have a shield, you can just block attacks or mitigate damage. So yeah, I think even with just that, there's like a lot of depth. It adds a lot of complexity to the gameplay without actually making the game harder to play, because you're still only either pressing mouse 1 or mouse 2 to do damage. So
Also,
Yeah, and all this stuff.
something I'm curious about is for jewel working. Do you think there's going to be some sort of jewelry type where it could maybe make you like resistant to 1 point of damage or something?
yeah, we'll do that. Something else that we can do is also give damage types. So imagine there's like elemental damage, so we can add things like fire damage or shock damage, and then potentially either have jewelry that has specific resistances to certain elements. And I think like all of that, I mean, these are pretty basic like RPG mechanics that you see in a lot of games, but I think that would add a lot of fun and would really improve the crafting system too, because you'd have like way more choices and you'd be able to potentially like manage all of these different types of numeric stats and then kind of mix and match them. So like say you're fighting a boss like Magmadillo who would be doing a fire damage type, you could go and grab all your jewelry that has like fire resistance on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And another thing we can do cool with the jewelry is we can kind of give buffs to the life skills too. So we can do like, maybe there's like a crit chance where you get extra materials, or maybe you swing your tools faster, things like that. And all of this can be tied to different types of jewelry. So it won't just be combat improvements.
Yeah, I like showing love to all the skills, you know, having a healthy balance where all the skills are relevant and there's options to, you know, increase performance for everything creates a really balanced game. That way it's not, because I feel like the combat's fun. Like I feel like a lot of people are going to be just working towards better combat advancements, but there is a large community of people that also are very interested in just doing like the life skills and working with the market and trading their items they gathered. So I like showing love to all the skills.
Yeah, and that's kind of the best part of a classless RPG is you kind of just do whatever you want, you know? You just engage with whatever content you think is most fun. You're not really forced to play the game any specific way. If you don't want to do combat at all, you don't really have to, but it might make the game a bit more balanced and easier to navigate if you do.
Yeah. But I'm really excited to implement like a party system, you know, because with all these different ways to customize and like fill a certain role with the types of equipment that you have on you and then what you're wearing, but you can fill a role of like a magician or a tank who's doing melee and stuff like that. And I know it's still to be determined for like a dungeoneering system, but if you're in a party and you go into a dungeon, it'd be kind of cool to manage your inventory and the equipment you use to kind of fill a role for your party so you can complete that specific instance.
Yeah. Something really cool with that you don't see a lot of games do is I would like to incorporate the life skills into the dungeons as well. Like most of the times when you're playing MMOs, like it's just all about the combat. Nobody ever does any like life skill requirements or life skill puzzles. I think this is something that like modern day like RuneScape raids have kind of done that I think are pretty fun. Is a lot of them do have like life skill requirements and different tasks that you have to do. So I'll definitely be experimenting with that too. And I think that like it makes the like your point about having like a balanced group even more powerful, because then you need to like find people who have all these different like leveled up to find like the right party.
Like, get this idea, all right? There's a dungeoneering system. Maybe the boss for this instance is some type of like stone golem, and maybe the boss is amplified by the ore that's still left unmined in the instance. So say you just rush to the boss and you don't clear out these ore nodes, the boss that you're fighting has higher defensive stats or just more health. Or maybe because you didn't do that, the stone golem's able to throw these like ore nodes at you and deal a lot more damage. See, we could do things like that, where it's like, yeah, maybe if you don't have the stats to take out these ore nodes, like you can still go kill the boss, but you'd be a lot more efficient if you were to, also do all these other things in the instance that weren't combat, like mining these ore nodes, or maybe cutting down a tree to take a shortcut through the dungeon so you don't have to fight like certain monsters and things like that.
Yeah, I think stuff like that can be really fun. It also it helps bring or like incorporates a lot of the other skills in the game too. Like we talked a bit about jewel crafting and how this jewelry might have different traits on it, and sometimes it helps, like some of the jewelry you make will help you in combat, and then other ones help you with specific life skills. So when you are trying to tackle these like more difficult content like this dungeon, everybody's bringing like all kinds of different jewelry to try to fit all the strengths and weaknesses. So not only are you trying to find a good party, but you guys are also managing all of your different items, which of course will lead to lots of things that we want to encourage, like player trading is so.
Something that may also be interesting is maybe for certain nodes, you can't mine them with a tool that's too low level. Like you can't mine platinum with copper, so that it requires you to either find someone else to give you a better tool, or for you to train your other stats to bring more attention to them.
So, I mean, I guess my philosophy on that is I don't really want to force people into too much that we don't really have to. We can kind of disincentivize it or incentivize them to do things that we want them to do, but I don't really ever want to like block actions like that. So we kind of have a system in place for that. Every time you try to go to the next tier of material, if you are using a lower tier tool, you don't mine it or you don't gather it nearly as efficiently if you use a tool of the same type or better. So because of that, I mean, players are already encouraged to either find a better tool, so either make it themselves or trade with another player who has it, or like you said, they could like find a friend to get them to gather that material for them. So yeah, we won't really ever consider like preventing them unless they have a specific tool, but we can kind of play with the numbers so it's either like incentivized or it slows them down. Right now, I don't know the like specific increase, but it's probably something like 15% more efficient to use the proper tool rather than like a tool of the previous tier. So you're already pretty
and that
heavily,
goes up
heavily
for every
punished.
tier, right?
Yeah,
So
it goes up. It just scales.
Behind.
Yeah, if you're two tiers behind, like stuff's gonna get really slow. Like I think most materials in the game take something like 4.5 to 5.5 seconds to gather. Yeah, if you're 2 tiers behind, you're probably looking at like 7.5 seconds on average, which is like that's a ton of time.
That's EXP wasted.
Yeah, and by the same effect, like when you go back and if you ever need to gather lower tier resources, you can come with your higher tier tools and then you gather them much quicker than a lower level player. So that's kind of fun too. specifically, like we're trying to encourage players to like go back and gather coal. So if they want to do it themselves, they can gather it much quicker, or they can just trade lower level players who might have extra coal.
Yeah, another important thing about keeping the economy strong is making sure that all of the items in the game have like a use case, like no matter at what point you're at. So, for example, the coal is really powerful because you kind of need it for anything you're doing if you're doing smelting.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
we kind of balance those things internally too. Because of that, coal gives you much less XP than the other level 1 ore, because it is so much more like valuable technically. And we can kind of balance those numbers. Same, or I guess the inverse effect is we have fruit trees in the game right now, which don't give you wood, and wood is very valuable because it's how you make tools, level up woodworking.
Mm-hmm.
And right now the fruit doesn't do very much, especially when you're chopping down trees. Like typically you're doing that to get wood for woodworking.
Yeah, have you talked about like potions at all too?
No, I mean a little bit. We can talk more about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like the next logical step of something we're looking at too, is doing like different types of consumables. So right now we have one consumable of food, so you can fish and catch fish and then cook them, and then if you eat the fish, it'll heal you. It's kind of a really basic consumable, but from here we can really expand, make all kinds of different like flasks, and maybe the flasks give you like a temporary buff, so maybe you mine faster, or maybe you do more damage, or you attack faster, or maybe you shoot your arrows a longer range, things like that.
Yeah.
And of course we can make different types of potions kind of for any kind of scenario. So and the potions, the good thing about that is we can use all of these monster drops and incorporate those into that skill. So that's kind of where a lot of those items will come into play. So you'll be gathering like bones and eyes and meat and whatever else, and then crushing those down and turning them into other types of consumables.
Yeah, and then you can kind of consider the monsters to be a type of ore node as well that you're gathering resources from, as opposed to just something that you get EXP from. So it's like you might want to go to a specific place in the map. It encourages you to explore and kill a specific type of monster outside of a quest that's asking you to do so, just so you can, make the potions that you need for your use case.
Yep.
And that's the problem we're having with the monster drops right now. Like, there's really no reason to pick them up because there's not many crafting recipes that use them.
Yeah, there's no crafting recipes, but I guess the kind of the shortcut that we're taking is a lot of them are used in the NPC daily quests. So there are a few NPCs that will ask you on a daily basis to bring them some type of monster drop. And then they'll give you gold. So, but yeah, that's kind of just a shortcut we're taking as a filler for some utility for items. And of course, the reputation will be important. Like that's a system that we also want to expand on. Eventually, once we get to a point of doing like more complex quests, like multi-staged quests, where NPCs are telling you to do multiple things in the world and then coming back to them for a better reward. We'll be using reputation to kind of determine if you have requirements to start those quests or not.
Something I'm curious about is you talked about how monster parts will be used for potions and other such things. But what will the more unusual monster parts, such as wolf pelts or like the nails the bandits drop, what will those be used for?
So a lot of those, like I guess the cool thing about doing something like an alchemy skill is we can use those sort of weird parts that you wouldn't like. They're not necessarily like organic parts. We could still use them in potions, and I think it would still feel really thematic. So we do plan to use the pelts as well as the rusty nails, and you can make different types of potions. So for instance, the rusty nail would probably be used in some kind of potion that maybe interacted either with the mining skill or the ranged archery skill. Those things could work nicely.
Thorns potion.
Yeah.
Reflects damage, yeah.
things like that. So yeah, we'll make sure everything feels really thematic within whatever skill it is.
Mm-hmm. And we've also talked about just a general way to kind of like decompose items into something maybe useful and something else. So say you don't want to create potions with nails. Like we're probably going to create a station where you're able to kind of like think about it like alchemy and RuneScape, where you're able to take an item and just turn it into gold. Something like that, where we just take items and then we just convert it into something usable in a lot of
Just
different
soloed
recipes.
Crusted on, dude. That was
You
hard
soloed
solo.
him?
Yeah, that was
What?
so hard.
What staff?
Just
what weapon?
the level 10 green staff, the emerald one. So
Nice.
there's
We
a
have
way
an elite gamer.
there's a way to do it that like basically you can like just hit him a couple times and run back to the I guess where you enter right there. And yeah, you just have to keep casting and then moving away, and you can basically just kite and kill him. Yeah, I just killed him. It literally took like 20 minutes of straight casting and then running away and eating food. But yeah, it's possible.
Master
Wow.
Adam, you're gonna step up your game to catch up to his magic level.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start working on that. I just got level 20.
Wait, who was that? Who said they soloed it? Was that Castor?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh,
It's
okay, cool.
Castor. Yeah. I honestly didn't think that was possible, but it's kind of like I guess he kind of de-aggroes once you get kind of close to that pathway, you know, by those palm spawns that are like kind of on like by those skeleton signs. And yeah, if you run up that way, he'll kind of just de-aggro and then he doesn't regenerate. So yeah, that's how I did it.
Yeah, the aggro's a bit janky right now. It's definitely not a perfect solution. So that's something we'll look into, and we'll probably end up fixing eventually. We're like actively still making changes to the aggro system and
No,
stuff.
I figured after I just said that I soloed it that you were gonna change it somehow.
Yeah, you just reminded us of the pop quiz that we're about to give everyone. Enjoy your free Crustodon kills now. But no, yeah, we want the boss to be difficult because those monsters will drop some of the best items in the game, and we want them to also encourage team play. So ideally, not something that you can take out on your own, but you know, if you manage to do it, if you're an elite gamer, you know, kudos to you.
I honestly I didn't think it was possible, but I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna try real quick. It takes like forever, and it's really only because he runs away, I guess, after you tag him a couple times and then move.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's why ranged in Magic is OP, and that's why I said at the beginning I'm playing Magic, even though I didn't necessarily like know how it was fully gonna work. It's just ranged is really OP sometimes.
Yeah, that's just kind of the nature of how simple the combat is right now. So like before when we were talking about maybe adding a right-click functionality, we can really like bridge the gap between all the different skills, and I think it'll add a lot of depth to things like melee. But yeah, right now the ranged attacks are definitely favored in a lot of situations.
Maybe possibly in the future when you're able to take less damage per hit, so that you just don't take as much damage. Maybe you can make it that Crustodon slowly moves while swinging the anchor to encourage more melee plays.
Yeah. Some other things that I've kind of considered to do as well is we can play with like say he's swinging the anchor and then on the edge of the swing he does more damage, but if you stay really close to his body he doesn't do that much damage. That's something that would just be like a nice buff to melee players, because as soon as he starts swinging you just get really close. And then of course that's kind of like a counter ranged attack. And for some of the other enemies too, like the Magmadillo, he's going to have an attack where he he stops what he's doing and he just starts spitting these like magma balls into the air, and then they're going to come down from the ceiling and just land where players are. So naturally, since melee is like very quick, you can kind of move a lot faster. But range, you want to just stand in the distance and stand still and just fire over and over. But when he does this attack, you're forced to like move around. So you're not going to be able to get as much damage in if you're ranged compared to melee. So yeah, we'll definitely look to like change up the mechanics between all the bosses and.
Melee's just innate DPS too. Like if we add defensive options for players so that they can reliably tank bosses with the correct setup, would just mean that they're DPSing harder. And Crustaudon's a fast boss, so if someone has to tank, ideally it'd be someone who's playing melee. So just adding defensive options to the game will innately buff melee.
Yeah, y'all honestly have like a ton of different ways that you could go. The base game is awesome. Honestly, it has a lot of potential for sure. Would it be possible to do like an enrage at like 50% health, to where they just do way more damage?
For the bosses, yeah, I mean, we could do that. We could increase speed too. I think that would damage or hurt the ranged players a bit more. If suddenly the bosses started moving quicker, because again they can't do as much damage on the run. But yeah, we'll look to mix up the boss mechanics like for all the future bosses. We can do all kinds of cool stuff.
Also, this is less of a mechanics idea and more of just a visual thing. What if each boss had a resting not animation, but sort of just picture, like maybe before Crustodon comes up, it's more of just a pile of sand, and then when you get close enough, he comes out and then starts attacking you.
Yeah, I mean, things like that are totally possible. It just kind of comes down to the time it takes to make that kind of art. Right now, the bosses are already like, if you look at the asset size for the art in the game, the sprite sheets for the bosses in particular are huge. They're the biggest assets we have in the game. So yeah, we already do spend a lot of time on the art and the aesthetics. Something that I would like to do in the future that we haven't really done too much of is put more like attention to the kind of arenas that we're making for these bosses. Because right now Crustodon, like I said, we spent so much time on the art itself for the boss, but there isn't really anything cool where he's at. Like you mentioned, we could make some kind of mound or whatever we want to do, and really like spice up that area, make it look like the boss lives there,
Maybe move the ship that shipwrecked as a theme, because he stole the anchor. Maybe he was the reason why that ship crashed.
Yeah, I mean, things like that is kind of an oversight, but we can definitely improve the map and make it feel a bit more natural. The ship would definitely be a nice staple to have near him, because that's presumably where he got his anchor, is from a shipwrecked boat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in the game, we are going to be improving over time as well. So all the feedback that we get from the players, and also our own ideas and things that we plan to implement, are going to be things that we roll out over time. So the game's current state is not the final state. We're still in beta. So we're going to be adding a bunch of new features.
Yep. And even the maps that we're currently playing on, we're still designing and creating new features for them. So in Brightwood right now, it's a little bit, there isn't too much there. I think the forest is kind of cool, and then the bandit camp is pretty cool. But even within the forest, there's like all these different paths that you can take and kind of get lost in the woods. We're going to have a couple different mini bosses spread out there. There's also an NPC with a little like house in the woods that's kind of tucked away. So there's still a lot more like things that we'll be adding to the existing maps. And then, of course, we still have Magmadillo and that boss's arena in the cavern.
Also curious, for fruit, Are those just gonna be made into food items, or are they gonna have some other purpose, maybe in alchemy?
Yeah, we can kind of do both. I think fruit is one of the items that needs the most attention. Right now, it doesn't really do too much, and even if we were to just make it food, it wouldn't feel that rewarding because there's already fishing, which is basically the same thing. I guess to talk a bit more about food, that's kind of the cooking skill is something that I want to expand on a bit too. I think right now it's pretty generic. You kind of just catch fish, and then every fish just turns into a cooked version of that fish. It would be a lot more engaging if we have like different types of recipes. So rather than just turning a raw fish into a cooked fish, maybe if you take a certain type of fish and then a certain type of fruit and maybe a certain type of vegetable, you can cook a whole meal. And then that meal would be like, it would have all kinds of different effects. So maybe it healed, or maybe it also gave you some kind of like buff that lasted for 5 minutes or something, things like that. And I think that would make cooking a lot more fun too, rather than just catch a stack of fish and go and just press one button to cook them all.
Yeah, it'll be really important too to kind of really make sure we differentiate between alchemy and food, since they're both going to be like consumable skills. So it's like for food, I would like to see it be more geared towards like health related buffs, whether it's like regenerating health or gaining health back, where alchemy would be something like you buff your stats or you give some weird unique effect. It'd be kind of interesting to use both these skills together to maybe make something that would have effects for both tiers. Maybe like a health potion that would heal and also regenerate, or maybe give some bonus stats over time. But in order to make it, you would have to have the stat requirement for both those skills. So we kind of merge two skills together, and we have like a bunch of options for customizing consumables to benefit you in a dungeon or just out in the world.
Yeah, and we're kind of doing that too, because like right now when you're making tools, you have to level up your woodworking as well as the blacksmithing, because every tool has the metal like head component, and then you need to combine it with planks to turn it into a functioning tool. So I think that's really cool, just kind of merging two skills together, making them both a requirement to turn it into a more useful item.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We could also do that with combat too. So like maybe there's a weapon where you needed to have melee and magic, and then it was kind of like a magical melee weapon at the same time.
Oh, that would be so cool.
Yeah. And then
what would be like a weapon like that? A crusader axe. Maybe
I mean, you could literally
push.
have like a sword that does burning damage, like you hit them and then it does ticks over time or something. That would
Oh,
be
that's a good
huge, I
idea.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically just any melee weapon with elemental effects. So like we could do freezing, shocking, fire, those kind of things.
Yeah, and there's still some left or still some, features we want to add, because I feel like right now, ranged in terms of like using a crossbow and then staffs, like they're very similar in their use case. They're just kind of like a ranged weapon. So I would like to see a little bit more uniqueness between those two skills.
Yeah, and that's kind of where adding in a mouse too, or a right-click functionality will really help bring identities to all of the different skills, and even different identities between the weapons. Because we can have different types of weapons even within the same skill type, and then those weapons can have different effects. So some might be better at AoE, some might be better at single target, some might do different things, So, and then as well with Magic, we do plan to have some way for players to support other players. So maybe like a right click on certain types of staves would give people movement speed or heal them, which would give Magic another identity as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be cool. I guess I see what you're saying, like with the range and the magic. I guess the main difference is pretty much just animation at this point. I don't know how much, if like the different crossbows and stabs vary in damage, or it's pretty much like a copy of the same thing or not.
Yeah, right now it's pretty straightforward. I mean, you can kind of just think about weapons and then figure out how much damage per second they do. But there is a bit of a difference. The ranged attacks right now, they travel farther. They also travel faster, and it's a little bit faster to attack. Where magic is, the projectile is a little bit slower, and then the cooldown in between attacks is slower. So there's a little bit of variance, but yeah, for the most part, it's just a straightforward projectile attack.
Yeah, so out of the 3 regions so far played, which one's your favorite?
I like walking through the woods. I think
Yeah.
that's probably one of the
Definitely.
coolest feelings in the game.
We've just done that 4 times.
Yeah.
It's basically a wolf run. So there's 6 of us doing it just now.
You know, it would be really cool and immersive if when the wolves aggro you, they let out like a howl. So as they run out of the trees in the shrubbery, you hear like the howl as they chase you.
That'd be crazy.
hmm
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Because it definitely does. If you're alone in those woods and you're running through that path, it feels like you're being chased down by a bunch of wolves.
Yeah.
It's literally a gauntlet. I noticed
Yeah.
as well, there's a little hut that's still cordoned off, which we can't get to.
hmm
Yep. There's going to be an NPC tucked in there.
You know, outside of the map too, I would like to see like little caverns and dungeons kind of all throughout the map. So maybe somewhere in Castaway Cove you can enter into like a little cavern that is a system below Castaway Cove. It might have an entrance that spits out somewhere else, maybe somewhere in the cavern. So it gives you more options for connecting these different maps together.
Yeah. Yeah, something I've been thinking about is it would be really cool to have a type of a skill where it's just like you roaming around the world, and then you can like stumble upon different types of treasure or something, and then I don't know, like a perception skill, say, and then yeah, just naturally roaming around the world, you can find like it would like glitter up in the world, and then that tells you to click this area, and then you can uncover something, and it's just kind of a random item. And then that would really help things like that. Like if we added all these, like, I don't know, little hidden pathways or little caverns that people could roam through and explore.
Mhm.
And then there was stuff like hidden treasures in them. So like that would be like another way to play the game if you wanted. You can kind of just like roam around the map, hit all these spots where treasures typically spawn, and you just do like loops.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of, I like mysterious things in games, you know, or things that are kind of difficult to get to, but once you're there, you feel like you're in a really like sacred place. And I had this idea, I think like a few days ago, like as I was going to bed, I was like, you know, what would be really cool if there was like this area in the game, like say it's like this sacred area, the lore behind it is like maybe like the golden monkey used to like go there or something like that. But what guarded the entrance to this place is like this huge golem. And the golem is like, would be kind of considered a boss, but you can't kill it. So if you try to enter this area, the golem would just walk up to you and smack you for a bunch of damage and probably kill you before you made it in. So in order to get in, you would need like a team of people. Like you would need like one person kind of like pulling aggro from this golem so the other people can make it into this like new region or sacred area. I think like that idea would be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but outside of the 3 regions that we do have in the game, like we have a full map of regions that we're going to be released. Out of the regions that aren't released yet, which one are you most excited for?
Probably the kind of the unknown region or the question marks.
In Sacred Sand?
Yeah,
Or
I
is
think
that the name? Sacred Sand?
I think it's Forbidden Sands, maybe.
Oh, Forbidden Sand. Dude, there's so many
Sacred
regions
Sand.
now.
Oh wait, never mind.
You know,
Or-
Founder's having a
or
hard time remembering them.
Oh, sorry, I just checked the map. It's Forsaken.
They could.
Forsaken.
Forsaken Lands.
Sand.
Zelda boy, you have to contribute to the wiki. Like, you know so much about Bitmates lore.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah, I
more
mean,
qualified than anyone else.
I've already contributed a video for the 0.6 version where I just went through everything and just visited all the areas.
Hmm. So, question for you, Zelda. Out of the regions that aren't released yet, and I'm guessing that you read all the lore. Which region are you most excited for?
Surprisingly, I haven't actually read all the lore, but I would say, based off of appearance and what I do know, I would say Cinder Summit. I feel like getting to know the lore between the dragons and the robots is going to be interesting, especially with the whole dynamic of how they're are sort of enemies but also close together, or at least I think they're close together.
Yeah, that one would be really interesting.
Yeah, that's gonna be a really cool place to design too, because we already have like so much to reference because of Ogon's Wrath. Yeah, I think that's going to be a really fun place. That as well as Vitacrypt, I think would be like a really fun place
Oh
to
yeah.
to design and get all the art because yeah, we have a lot of species like the skeletons and the zombies, and it'll be fun to play with that. We can also do some spooky sewers, and then maybe that's where like the rats live. I think that those places are going to turn out looking really good.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think in the future you're going to change the brightness of certain areas, like maybe dim the caves to give it a better ambiance? When you enter the forest on the way to Brightwood, it gets slightly darker, so it's harder to see the wolves hiding.
Yeah, and that's something we can look to do in the future too. I guess in game development, that's usually referred to like building shaders. We already kind of have some of those. They're like changing the way that the trees look. Some of them are slightly moving. We also have the water, like the effect if you look at the water. That's not actually pixel art. Yeah, we can look to do that as well and create some cool shaders as well as mess with the lighting. I think that those would
Yeah,
be
in the past we've added like light shaders into the game, but it's kind of hard to manage because it's very resource intensive, and since we're a browser game, and we're limited to the amount of resources that your computer allocates to your browser. So while I would like to see lights in the game, it'd be something that we would have to spend a lot of time on to make sure that the browser can handle it and it doesn't take too many resources so it lags computers. Because we also want to make sure that the game is available to people on lower end machines. So just something to think about. But adding light ambience can be something that we do just through like the pixel art. So it's like if we decide to make the pixel art a little bit darker in a certain area, and also if you notice, like in the caves where the pine trees are, where the three wolves spawn, there's that light that kind of comes from the top of the cavern. And while that isn't like a true shader, it gives the effect of light because it is like a slight opaque yellow color that kind of comes down. So if you walk behind it, it almost looks like your bitmate is glowing. So if we were to implement things like that, I think we would take that step first. We would just use like opaque pixel art that overlays over your bitmate before we implement some type of true shader. But I would definitely like to experiment a little bit more with light shaders in the game because they definitely make a game look 100 times better. So definitely something I would like to look into more in the future.
Yeah, there's some really cool pixel art games out there that are doing like really cool stuff with light maps and shaders and dynamic shadows. It's all just being done through code.
Yeah, like what's that one pixel art game that looks absolutely beautiful? Chucklefish released it. It has like a little girl with white
Eastward?
hair. Eastward, yeah, that game's absolutely beautiful. I love it the way it looks.
Mm-hmm.
Huge inspiration. All of Chucklefish's games look really nice. They're kind of like the kings of pixel art games right now. So a bunch of inspiration that we can take from games like that. What's that one game? Oh, Graveyard Keeper. Graveyard Keeper is also a really good game to reference for shaders. Like if you look at gameplay from Graveyard Keeper, like they've got shaders down so well. Like especially the way their grass moves in the game, it looks so real. And we took some inspiration from them. So we do have like a little effect where if you walk over like some grass or a bush, like it shakes a bit. So we do things like that. But if you look at the way they handle it in Graveyard Keeper, it's very inspiring because it looks so nice. I kind of want to look at it more and figure out how they're doing it so we can implement something similar in our game.
Do you think it would be possible for you to have shaders as an option in settings so that people with
Oh
higher end
yeah.
machines can get that nice experience while people on lower end machines could just have the opaqueness so that your computer matches the amount of power it takes? And that way you could probably also make some other things take less energy, like the
Hmm.
trees move slightly. So maybe if their thing is very low end, you could maybe hide certain things like those small details that just take that little bit of extra power.
Yeah, we've
yeah,
actually talked about that. Yeah.
that's actually a really good idea. There's kind of even some other things we could do. Like I don't know how the game's performing on like really low end machines, but there's even other steps we could take. Like if we wanted to, we could compress some of the pixel art. Like it wouldn't look that great, but if you are running on like a really low end machine, and you're experiencing lots of lag, we could probably help. But yeah, I think that that's like a great idea, giving options
Oh yeah.
for shaders as well as different types of compression. And then of course, if you have a good machine, then yeah, you can just run it all on full blast. Something we can also do, we're planning to do in sort of the distant future, is getting up a desktop client and either putting this up on a game store like Steam or Epic Games, and then letting players
Yeah.
sort of download the client right to their machine if they want. And then if once the client is on your machine and not running through the browser, you can start to like utilize some of the GPU, and the game will just run so much smoother,
Hmm.
which will be nice for like a lot of players. Right now we're just on browser mostly for user experience with the MetaMask wallet, but as things are progressing, it'll get easier and easier to actually build a desktop client. Like
Yeah.
even within Unity right now, which is the game engine we're using, they just added a MetaMask plugin so that you can access crypto wallets directly through the game engine.
Yeah, because surprisingly, when we are playing and we're doing testing in our game engine, the game runs smoother, despite all of the extra overhead that the game engine adds to runtime. Like it actually runs at a higher FPS. Like there's no lag at all. So it'd be so powerful if we would be able to create a client outside of the browser. I mean, don't get me wrong, the browser is really convenient. So you could just drop the link, and players don't really need anything other than an Ethereum address to start playing, especially when things go to free to play. Like it's super accessible. But for the people that do want to have that really smooth experience, or maybe they are in a lower end machine, they can't run it on the browser, like that would make things so much nicer for those players too, to have that option.
Yeah.
So,
It also makes
yeah.
like if we wanted to do any kind of port, say we want to add parts of the game to mobile or console, that's kind of how it would naturally fit there, because those games wouldn't run in the browser, obviously. So.
Hmm. But I
Also,
have to go eat dinner. I'll be back in a little bit, everyone. I'm gonna
okay,
mute.
See you.
bye.
See you.
Also, on the idea of maybe having options to turn off, I feel like maybe one of the things that could save a lot of power, I don't know how much power it takes, but you talked about how the water uses shaders, so maybe if you either made it less dynamic or just made it a still image, maybe it would work better.
Yeah, and like you said, it would be nice to just have that as a setting, and then players could play with it. Because because usually the people in our team, like, we have pretty high-end machines, so we don't experience a lot of the lag. Even when I'm playing in the browser, like, I'm getting pretty consistent FPS. I'm not dropping frames. But yeah, I don't know what it's like for players who might be working with different machines. So, and then having that flexibility is always nice. It's not too difficult to create a setting and kind of turn those on and off.
Yeah, especially considering something I've noticed, like my machine's not horrible, it's pretty good, but during the Crustodon fight where everyone was in there and everyone was shooting arrows and there were so many tiny crabs running around, it was starting to get a bit choppy.
Mm-hmm.
So Taxman's just said the stream ended. It cut off at the hour, guys.
Well, good news, I've been streaming this entire time, so we still have the audio, hopefully.
Is that on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, can you post a link in the chat? I want to watch.
Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and post it.
I have it in mini announcements. I have his and Master Adam's stream.
Oh, let me jump in there.
I don't know if I haven't messed with Kick. Let's see, Master Adam's in here. Does Kick? Do they have VODs on there?
I'm not sure. It's the first time I've used it.
Oh, okay.
I just know there's a lot of crypto people on Kick.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we should be able to grab it from YouTube, but
yeah, it's just a very long video of me just chopping trees.
We've just been constantly running through the woods. Myself lost my gains. Trim was there as well. It's kind of like a beacon dungeon run going through.
Yeah, I can't wait till the other paths open up for the woods because it's going to be just, I feel like that's such an interesting area just to run through. I like the scenery of it all, especially the occasional actual choppable trees in there.
Definitely. I think what's really nice and the team have done a really good job at is Castaway Cove, Interlopers, the woods, Brightwood, Solaire. Everything feels so different. They're completely different landscapes. It makes the game super interesting. But I think of all of them, I actually prefer the woods as my favorite. I think the artwork that's been done there is super effective.
Yeah, currently
being chased by the wolves is a bit of a thrill.
Currently, I would have to say the area that feels the most empty right now is right above Brightwood, where there's that giant fenced off area.
Or when you're heading to Solaire, basically.
Yeah, so that's basically the leading to the next zone. So that feels a bit empty right now, but eventually that'll open up into this like larger kingdom area.
Oh, so that's where it's gonna be. That's interesting.
Yeah, if you go west of Brightwood, like just off the river, you can kind of see across the water a little bit of the stone from the kingdom.
Yeah, I've noticed the castle, but I never thought that that would be where the bridge is, but that does make the most sense.
Sorry, Flair, are you able to unmute Aeralytic?
I don't. He's not muted. He's muted on his
I
end.
was muted on purpose, so I'm just chatting to it. My bad.
Yeah, I think if they were server muted, if you hovered over the muted symbol, it would tell you.
Yeah.
Almost lumberjacking level 20. 800 logs later.
Nice. I just hit 24.
Wait, you know what I just realized? I'm a high enough level for iron. I've been doing all of this with copper.
Oh no. Like you can make the tools now? All of them?
Yeah. And the next goal is tungsten. At least that means I don't have to mine the palm later to get it, and I can just go straight to pine now.
Mm-hmm.
Flayed, what's Club Monkey going to be used for? So I'll keep listening to it.
Which one?
Club Monkey on the soundtrack.
Oh, Club Monkey. Club Monkey was actually just kind of a for fun track, so we didn't have a specific region for that. I think Zane had just, I don't know, made that and sent it over and was like, alright, I was feeling inspired. So we'll find a cool place for it. Probably, if I just had to guess, maybe on the center islands, we can make some kind of club or something. And then,
That'd be awesome.
yeah.
I think that and the Cinder City soundtrack. That was really good as well.
Maybe it could be something where, like, in the castle, there's a rave room that's playing Monkey Club, and that's where the arcade machines are. Because I know it was an idea to have arcade machines to link up to Ogin's Wrath inside of here.
Mm-hmm.
So the king just has his own personal arcade room.
Yeah, that would be funny.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, it's Taxman. I just wanted to chime in. I've been listening, enjoying everything. I was just gonna say real quick. That gave me an idea right now. It'd be cool to have like a jukebox where like we use like in-game gold just to do like more social things. So it's not necessarily just gameplay stuff. It's just kind of like, oh, there's like a couple songs, and so you put in a quarter, and in this communal area, like the music will start playing based on whatever they put. So it's kind of a fun way to we can think about like the use of gold. It doesn't necessarily have to be just gameplay stuff. It can be like a fun thing to do when you hang out with people.
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I wrote that down. I think that's fun. Yeah, a jukebox, and then like everybody could share the same music, so you would all just hear it. I haven't seen that in any multiplayer game, I don't think, but yeah, that's actually a super cool idea.
I just want to ask real quick. This is the last time that progress is going to be wiped, right? Because someone else is asking me if this is going to be wiped or not.
Right. Yeah, we don't have any more intentions to make any wipes, so this will be the last wipe. Although the game isn't completed and we still have lots of plans, there will be future additions to the game. There shouldn't be any reason for us to wipe progress. So the one kind of very rare caveat to that might be if there's any kind of like critical bug. Say we put out a new expansion, we realize that we made an oopsie. We do have the ability to kind of roll things back. So that would be the only time that anything would ever get wiped, is if we put something out, it wasn't working as intended, and say we needed to roll the server back like an hour to before that bug occurred. So, but yeah, you won't ever see your stats get like reset again. People can play now. We're good.
Maybe that's something we should put in FAQ for now, because I feel like that's been asked a lot.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Like that. And somebody's uploaded a video about us on YouTube. What? Is Big Daddy on the call?
I don't believe so.
No. Just posted it up. Just put it in chat.
My apologies. This might be a stupid question, but after listening to that conversation, is today's progress saved or not saved?
Today's
Yes.
progress is saved.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, there will not be any more wipes in the future. So even way down the line when we're ready to say like, okay, the game the MMO is like finally complete or completely out of beta, we will not be wiping. So
Yeah, that'd be a weird thing to do considering everyone will have access by that point.
yep, yeah, it's kind of a weird like pre-release delayed launch of a game, but yeah, I think it'll end up working out, and we can grow the player base from here. I think that there's already kind of enough here for people to have fun with. So
Yeah, definitely. Plus, also doing this helps you test your servers with a larger player base than people who just own Bitmates, because although there's a large group of us, such as there's 20 of us here right now, but we're that are playing, it will be bigger if you don't have to pay, especially considering the low end Bitmates are still $150.
yep, yeah, and that's kind of the idea. That's sort of why we needed to move to a free to play model. Is we already are so limited in the amount of people who could play with just Bitmates, and opening it up really just allows us to expand our community by so much. And yeah, I'm super excited for tomorrow. I kind of don't really know what to expect for how many people we should expect to play, but we've already got a lot of attention today just from the Bitmate holders. So as soon as we open the gates, yeah, should be really fun. I think it'll feel really nice too. Like the worlds will stay pretty populated at least for a while, and then that gives us time to make new content and then package everything up and then push that as an expansion. And then say in like a month from now, players can come back and there will always be like something new to see.
Yeah,
Certainly
although
since
from
we
tomorrow on, I'm probably not gonna have to be adding anyone to my friends list because even now it's huge. But what's crazy is a fifth of it is on, and that's like 20 people.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the UIs that we could probably optimize a bit better to handle. Right now, like let's say it's showing 4 friends at a time, like we could make a better UI that could show you like I don't know 20 friends at a time or so.
Maybe
So it's not.
also alphabetical, just so you know where to look.
Mm-hmm.
will definitely
What's the
notice since
most
we
it's been on at any one time so far?
I think this is it. Let's see.
Yeah.
I just checked 31.
Oh.
I don't remember. It would have been when we released the MVP last May, but I don't think we had 31 on at a time. And like
Yeah, good turnout for that.
yeah, for sure. Let's see this. So the best way to figure out how many total people have logged in is going to the leaderboard. And yeah, we've already had 248 people log in, which is more than we had the entire last month in the closed beta. And this is with no free-to-play players, so that's actually a lot of accounts. Yeah.
Certainly since we posted the thread about free to play, which got a lot of attention, probably because Arbitraman Treasure retweeted it. Our Twitter followers have gone through the roof, like over 8,000. That was only a couple of weeks ago. We're hovering around the 4 or 5 mark. So hopefully the attention that we've got does translate into people logging in and trying stuff out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm actually a little bit wrong on the total player count because we moved over all of the accounts from the last month, so that includes those names as well. Because we didn't actually delete them, we just set everybody's stats in bank and inventory.
So let's just count all the people with levels above 4, so that would be still 49 people.
Yeah, that sounds about more right. Yeah.
Also, something I just thought of. Do you ever plan on adding skins to weapons, maybe? Because I saw someone running by with gargoyle wings, and I was thinking, what if they had something to mask the to match the aesthetic, like maybe like making their wand look stone.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely experiment with those kind of things. There's already lots that I want to do with the existing traits. Like some things that we don't have right now, which would only make sense. We have like a pickaxe trait that could actually appear on the bitmate, as well as an axe trait. I think naturally, if you have those traits, you should just be able to use them while you're mining or while you're chopping down trees. Potentially even like have it animated a different way and have some interesting effects to it. I think things like that, like over time, we can kind of look at the different traits and figure out good ways to have them like show up better in game or have unique effects to them.
Unlag was just asking about when he's made a kill and his character just start dancing. Who on the call is it's their first time today? Is it yours, Castle?
Yeah, this is my first time playing the game like ever.
Oh wow! And are you from the treasure community? Did you hear through us?
Yep. I'm from Arbitrum/Treasure. I think y'all are going to get a lot of support from that. By the way, I'm not saying the servers are going to crash or anything, but I feel like people will definitely log on because of that. And I really think this is a game that just people who are non-crypto natives, you know what I mean, would totally play. I swear I thought I saw something about Bitmates on Steam, but I might be making that up, like about upcoming. I don't know. Maybe I'm totally making that up. I don't know if you guys communicated with them, but that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, we're not on Steam, so that wasn't us. Steam's actually pretty anti-crypto, anti-NFT at the moment, so we'll probably look more towards something like Epic Games, which is a bit more welcoming. But yeah, I'm really excited to have the treasure community. I agree. I think that this game should like fit in very nicely, like not only with people who are interested in collecting NFTs or collecting bitmates, but yeah, we're definitely looking to expand into more of a traditional gaming crowd, and really kind of onboard the masses to the game. And like I'm gonna put a lot of my like time in the next like 6 months on making sure that the onboarding is in a place so that we can really just send a link out to anyone. And like even if they don't even have a MetaMask wallet, they can get into the game and maybe they just sign up with Google or whatever account that they're used to, and then they can learn about all the crypto and NFT stuff later and then connect their ETH account at a later time, because it isn't super necessary to play the game as a free-to-play player. And doing things like that will allow us to funnel in lots of players, and then like you said, we can get up on different types of marketplaces, and then that's kind of like free advertising too, and really just grow the community, grow the player base from there.
All right, I'm back. Did I miss anything?
We've just been chatting.
Chit-chatting?
Yeah.
But yeah, like what's that, Zelda?
The only thing I actually remember us fully talking about was I mentioned maybe skins for a little bit. Like maybe making a staff look like stone to match your gargoyle wings or something.
Wait, did you talk about that?
Yeah. I mean, we have lots of ideas for different types of cosmetics, as well as like potentially giving more like visual utility to some of the existing bitmate traits. Yeah, something I want to do is kind of see which traits you guys want us to take another look at, because I know that there's like we have some traits right now, like the vampire cloak, which is probably like one of the crowd favorites, and it's just because we spent a little bit more time and we animated an extra part of it, the bat that follows you around, kind of like a pet. And like we could do really cool stuff with a lot of the other traits. We just maybe didn't think about it at the time because we just needed to make 10,000 different bitmates animated at once. So we can do really cool stuff with the traits. Yeah, I want to look at like some of the more rare ones, and like we can give those like specific animations for kind of like emojis in the game, where it's like maybe a button you press and then your character does something kind of expressive if you have that specific trait or not. So if you guys have played RuneScape, I think that the skill capes are really cool. You can like right click it and then do a special emoji with it, and then your character does an animation. I think that those kind of things are fun. We can do those with some traits.
Yeah, and especially if we start growing like a free-to-play community, it's like seeing someone with a Genesis Bitmate with like a skin that you could only receive through the NFT that has like a limited supply. Like I feel like that's going to be a huge thing. You know, they're going to be super rare to see in a game if there's a lot of players. So I think it's really good to pay respect to the people that, you know, have an NFT and helped us kind of kickstart this game. But at the same time, you know, I wouldn't want all cosmetics to be as expensive as a Bitmate because, you know, free-to-play players who might not have an Ethereum wallet who want to get, you know, cool cosmetics for their little character, you know, I wouldn't want it to cost like as much as like, you know, the floor price. And at that point, it's not even the floor price because it's like to get some of the cooler cosmetics, like you have to spend quite a bit of money or quite a bit of Ethereum in order to get it. So having like a cosmetic shop that also allows people to customize the way they look, maybe at a lower price, would be really ideal for players who are not looking to spend the extra dollar. But at the same time, it's like having a Genesis Bitmate with one of the traits on them is like pretty rare and cool thing to have within the game.
One of the ideas that we were discussing before a while back with Flayed was just this possible idea of like having players have access to certain costumes for like 24 hours or something, you know, like being able to like basically rent them, either renting them out to each other or just kind of getting a version of them that you can kind of like walk around. And you know, it's kind of interesting because that way players get to like try out different things, see if they like them, and be like, oh man, like I want to keep it permanently, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was you who mentioned we could make a kind of a dressing room where it's sort of like a private area, and then you could try on different traits and see if you like your Bitmate with those traits before you actually made a purchase. I think things like that would be pretty easy to implement. Yeah, I think the renting idea is cool too. Like I'm not like 100% on how I feel on it, but I think that the idea there is kind of cool. I know RuneScape had done this in the past. They like allowed players to lend items to other players, and then a lot of the rare cosmetics, people would just rent them out for gold in the game. I didn't really care for that system, but I know a lot of players might have thought it was fun. I mean, you just pay a small price, and then you get to wear the party hat or the Santa hat around. Yeah, we could potentially experiment with those kind of things with some of the Bitmate traits.
Yeah, I remember being really young and spending all my gold to just rent a Bandos God sword.
Yeah, you just take it to the duel arena for like
yeah, I did not
30
take
minutes.
it off.
Yeah.
Although it was like the slow, like it has less DPS than using one of the more like typical weapons for training, like a whip. I still used the Bandos God sword, and I just ran around and slapped meat, dude.
Yeah.
But I was such a noob then, because as soon as the Bandos God sword, I like the rental expired, I lost it, and then I was back to having no gold.
Yeah.
But yeah, the renting idea would be kind of cool. We'd have to think about it though. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how I feel, but it is an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Something like you mentioned, maybe applying animations to other rare, just cosmetics. I was thinking maybe for the pyramid head, you could make the eye dart around and maybe change colors at some point somehow.
Whoa, that's kind of cool. I like that idea. Yeah, that wouldn't be that hard to animate either, because like the little pixels for the eye, it's just like they're very small. Yeah, that'd be an easy thing to do. At least art wise.
Like it would take a
Yeah.
lot, but like it would be interesting to do like different different costumes or different hats. Actually have like different kind of like taunts or like poses. You know, so like you're saying, like that one would be one where like you press a certain button and you know, and it does like a quick and like custom animation just for like anybody who has that type. You know, so obviously, like I said, that would be there's a lot of different items, but it would make certain items super rare to have like some kind of like little animation play.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense to do it for everything, you know. Like
Yeah.
we have a baseball cap, which is probably one of the least rare cosmetics, and of course that doesn't need anything special. I mean, it's just
I
a
mean,
cap.
yeah, I mean, you can still do a fun pose like with something like that, like right, like you press the top button and then a baseball flies out of off screen and hits them on the head, and they just react to it. You know what I mean? Like there's like little funny things that you can do with all those kind of things. You know.
Mm-hmm.
The other one we discussed was like particle effects, just like being able to add like interesting, you know, particle effects to the characters as they walk around, like a rainbow trail or sparkles or leaves, you know, behind them.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean
cool
we could
idea.
we could do footsteps pretty easily. Different types of footsteps too.
You call them the flowers if you're walking and the petals are dropping off behind you.
Yeah, like that's a good idea. I mean, right now the wreath has particles on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the flower tail could potentially have a different type of trail effect while you walk around.
Maybe the hypno glasses could just spin.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Mhm.
That's one that should probably be animated that isn't.
Plus, I don't feel like it'd be too difficult because I feel like you could just rotate the lenses.
Hmm. Yeah, that could be like just a couple frame animation. It'd be really easy to do.
Or could you do with the paintbrush? It like spells the word mates in the air or something like that, and then the paint disappears or something. That would be
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah,
Or
that would
yeah,
fall
that
more under the like the action side rather than just the happening in the background side.
The action, yeah.
or even a trail effect for the
Yeah.
paintbrush. Like you're just walking around and maybe it's painting lines behind you that disappear after some time.
Oh, that'd be cool. You could draw behind you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what else you hold in your hands. Oh, there's the key tray, isn't there?
Yeah, the hands ones are probably ones we'll look at to do special kind of action animations for. Is yeah, it's kind of a weird thing, but those probably get the least amount of use, even though most of the hand items are actually more rare. And that's just because we have weapons showing. So most of the time you have a weapon, and while you're attacking, you don't see that other hand item. So those are good ones to try to give some more like cosmetic utility to.
I had an idea for maybe an action for the sword icon where you stab it into the ground and sort of just hold it with two hands, sort of like a reverse sword in the stone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm most excited. I definitely I want to do one for the pickaxe and one for the axe, and have those actually show while you're doing those life skills if you have that trait, and then we can make that animation look different. I think that those will look really cool in the world.
I think I've only ever seen pickaxes come on sale once because I've wanted one.
The pickaxes.
Yeah.
There's only like 10. So
Yeah.
it's like impossible to get your hands on one now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Taxman, didn't you draw like a mock-up for a bunch of cosmetic items?
Yeah, we drew up
time ago.
probably like 50 or so designs. Yeah, I could drop it in the general chat real quick if you want to see.
Yeah, I want to see those again. There's some really cool ones on there.
Yeah, there was some. I think our main goal at the time was like ones that are like more seasonal. But I think we also did some other like really wacky ones. Let me see. Where to post all of them? Go to that folder. I'll find them. Yeah, just give me a sec. It'll show up.
There's something about playing an NFT game is kind of getting attached to your NFT, you know? So having all these different ways to make your NFT look cool or your player look cool, and that's the case for pretty much any MMO. Like I feel like a big part of every MMO is like making your character look unique. So cosmetics are kind of like a huge part of games. Oh yeah, this is it. This is what I was looking at.
I just from a quick glance, the thing that catches my eye the most is the pumpkin. I especially
Yeah.
like the white and the blue flame.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
love that one. That was like a what's the name of the guy who like rode on the who's like
Headless Horseman?
the headless horseman, exactly.
I like the robot. Like the robot. I like the kitsune mask, and I also like the what is that? It's like a winter outfit, like the winter jacket.
Oh, like
Yep.
the Eskimo
Those are
hood?
all.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Eskimo hood is so cool. Like I think that
That's
between
cozy.
yeah, the Eskimo and the kitsune mask are probably my top on this they're all really cool though. These are all dope.
A lot of these are ready
Yeah,
to go.
that bottom right robot's sweet.
Which one?
The bottom right robot one that you were talking about, that's pretty cool.
Oh, the
Yeah.
Eskimo? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably my favorite. So these are ready to go?
A lot of these, yeah. Not all of these, but we took some inspiration from these. I think like some of the heart ones. Which are the ones we do? I think some of the like the Hawaiian shirt and like the sunglasses, the Eskimo one. I think I can't recall at the time. I had to go look, but we did a lot of these, like the afros, the mushroom hats, the cigar, the beret, the eye patch. So a lot of these
Yeah.
are actually ready.
The full sprite sheet? Oh wow.
Yeah.
No, that's exciting. Yeah, we just
Yeah.
need to we have to do a lot of,
Yeah.
planning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's still going to be a while before cosmetics
Yeah.
are technically ready.
Yeah. Probably going to focus more on making the game run really smooth and fix any bugs that might arise. Although we did fix a lot of things and a lot of issues with the game during the closed beta. But I have a feeling once we start getting a larger amount of people online at the same time, maybe some of the nastier bugs will start to reveal themselves. So I feel like we're going to be stuck in the phase of bug fixing before we start to add anything kind of like new. At least in terms of like new code. When it comes to like new regions, those are easy to implement. But in terms of cash shop, that I think that will come with a little bit of more planning. So maybe later. But these are all cool. Makes me want to look through all the images and look at the sprite sheets.
Maybe something we could do, because these images are unused, is maybe some of them could go to that cosmetic shop, but maybe some of them could be after some long side quests as a reward for helping a specific bitmate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like a reward from a quest. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, we have stats too for all of the different life skills. We have like different tiers, including like a mastery set. Let me see if I can find those images. I haven't fully planned out like how we want to issue these. Obviously, we don't want to make cosmetics just like super easy to get in the game, because then it kind of devalues everything else.
Mm.
Also, something I noticed is you removed the collections page where you can see everything. Do you think you're gonna add that back or just keep it out?
That page is there's a lot of functionality in there that isn't like, it's not very helpful for the user. So I think we'll end up redesigning that, and then it'll come back, but kind of in a different form. Because we had on the left side of the page, it was just showing you like the different bitmate traits you collected. I think in the future we'll probably have like a window that you could open up, and it just shows you all of your bitmate traits, and then you could just click them. So it's like one button press, you could click it, and it would put it on your character, which would make swapping traits like really easy. Which is something right now that's kind of annoying to do. You have to like change bitmates, take the clothes off, change it back, and then put them back on. So that's one thing we're going to put some attention to make that process more easy for users, including the ability to just log out and have it save the traits that you're wearing. So whatever your bitmate looks like, it looks that way when you log back in. That's something we're not doing yet, which we can do pretty easily. Yeah, the right-hand side of that book was it's supposed to be like keeping progress of all the different things you've done in the game. So like every time you level up, if you go and it'll tell you like which type of resources you can get at what level, which we'll end up adding that UI back to in the future.
Also, another thing I've noticed is that in the redeem rewards boxes, there's no longer a level 10 mining.
Yeah, we'll be adding more rewards to that over time. We can create rewards like on the fly for that. That'll come into play a lot. We'll start to do more event-based things. So, I mean, as the game, it'll naturally sort of have times of hype, and then after we release content over enough time, it'll kind of die down. And then to fill those gaps, we can do different rewards. So maybe we'll have like a week-long reward where if you log in the game, you get some freebies from the rewards page, and we'll be able to use that to our advantage too, to incentivize players to log back in again.
Yeah, the reward screen is in kind of its early phases. It's something we just developed, but eventually we also want to include different functionality to it. So it's like if you achieve certain things in the game, we wanted the rewards to not only be items within the game, but possibly NFTs that you can mint as well. So there's still a lot of things that we plan to do with that reward screen that just haven't been added, or the functionality for those things just hasn't been added yet. But the rewards page is going to be huge in the future. It's going to have a bunch of things that you can only get exclusively through that screen.
Mm-hmm.
And we are going to cycle out rewards every so often as well. So like every time we release a new thing, you'll probably see a new set of rewards that you would need to accomplish on that screen. Oh, Bitbones is online. I haven't seen that guy online yet.
Yeah, I don't think I saw him much during the beta either.
Bitbones is currently in the mining area.
I think he had a baby, right? I saw that on Twitter maybe recently.
Oh, he did?
I think so. Might be wrong, but I think.
We should go give him a congrats.
Well, I'm not 100%
How long ago
sure.
was it?
I'm not 100% sure, so.
I was just going to say congrats on the baby.
And you'd be like, check what? His Twitter.
He's going to be like, he's a teenager at this point.
If we wanted, we could drop him a baby cosmetic and just so we always have an out.
This one's for you, Bitbones.
He's like, my kid already grew up and went to college. You're too late.
Our project hasn't been around that long. But Bitbones is one of the OGs. He's been around, I think, since Mint.
Wow. I think that'd be great, too. I think it would be great to have some place, especially for new people, to kind of know like the history of. And I know we kind of described some of that on the website, but it would be good to have like a page about like the whole process of how we got here. I feel like people would get excited seeing that. I know that technically also the devlogs kind of do that. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. It's like a little outline for people.
Yeah, I think the devlogs are great. Like, if anybody wants to go and kind of relive the history. So, I mean, we've been keeping month-to-month track of almost the whole development cycle. Like, all the showy features get thrown into there every month, so that's a nice little historical reference.
Did you keep track of the leaderboards? Like, do you still have a record of them?
Yep, we have all that, and we will be using that information at some point in the future for something, so.
For something. Eyes emoji. But yeah, the devlog's really cool. I would like to see like a compilation of the devlog. Maybe like take a little snapshot of maybe like the first few months, and then show what where we're at now. It's like going into a time capsule every time I look at the Medium posts, and I just like go back to like the first months. I was like, wow, and the things we were talking about on there, and like the dev issues we were encountering there, and now we're here. It's just so wild.
Yeah, I have all the pictures. Let me I'll go through it. I'll try to find some like really old stuff.
Yeah, start dumping general some old content. Oh, what about the really early phases in development for Bitmates? Like when we were trying to come up with a design for our NFTs and stuff like that. You remember, like, I remember we talked about this in like a dev meeting one time where we were like posting a bunch of like pictures. But yeah, we have like a bunch of like old pictures when we were trying to design a logo, when we were trying to come up with how we wanted the Bitmates to look, and we were like talking with artists then. But yeah, we have a bunch of weird old relics of Bitmates, just kind of lying around.
You have to surface that. I love that sort of stuff.
I don't know if we. I mean, yeah.
I have everything. Like I could find basically everything. It's not really organized, but
yeah. Do you remember the Nugget Bitmate?
Yeah, we have some. There was some species that didn't get included in the final set.
There was a
I want to know what the Nugget Bitmate looks like.
So okay, we had so we wanted to add more like uniqueness to the Bitmates. So initially it was only like chimps, and then it was like orangutans, like all just real species in the real world. And then we generated a batch and we were looking at them, and we kind of came to the conclusion that there just wasn't enough uniqueness, you know? So I don't know whose idea it was to like use different species like that are kind of like fantasy, like a bunny Bitmate or a bunny monkey or like a mermaid one, you know? But that all those came later on. So after our first installment of all the real Bitmates, we were like getting in contact with a bunch of different artists, and we were trying to like come up with designs for the different types. And in this process, we were working with probably around like 5 different artists, and they're all trying to come up with different types of species. And yeah, there's a good handful of species and designs that didn't make the cut because they just look so strange.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, one of probably my favorite old relics is I'm not even sure what it was originally trying to be, but it looks like a chicken nugget. I'm just gonna say that.
Do you have any pictures of this? I'd love to see it.
Yeah, you have to share these, man.
Yeah, I think
I'll have to go back. Yeah, there was supposed to be. I guess what's the best way? But there was a few. There was supposed to be like a gargoyle, which is kind of where the gargoyle wings came from. There was a gargoyle Bitmate species. There was going to be like a molten, like a rock, like a lava rock, Bitmate. Which these sound really cool, but we didn't like the way that they looked compared to the rest of the set.
Yeah.
And then this one, it's like a fantasy creature. I can't think of the name. It's like not a Sasquatch, but what is the Sasquatch that like lives in the snow? What are those called?
Yeti.
Oh, a Yeti.
It was a Yeti. It was a Yeti Bitmate. That's what you're talking about.
Well, that would be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, they sounded like if they were on their own. Like if you're just looking at the Yeti Bitmate, and you'll see the picture for this soon. I'm guessing Flade has to look for them, but like on its own, it looks kind of cool. Like I can see it going in some collection somewhere. But once you put some of the designs side by side with all the others, it just looks like it doesn't fit. And although I would love to have had a Yeti Bitmate part of the collection, it sadly just didn't make the cut. And I also think that's true for like the Lava Bitmate. Like the Lava Bitmate would have been cool as well. But it just didn't really feel thematic with all the other ones.
Just have to turn it into a boss.
Here, I'll drop one of the first mock-ups of what Castaway Cove was sketched out to look like. Now this isn't just like It's not really like a mock-up. Like these are real assets that we were using. Like that's what the temple used to look like. Like it was all really dull and gray. The only thing that isn't real assets on that is the tile set. That's the only thing that's kind of like hand drawn. But yeah, everything else, that's what the trees used to look like. That's what all the bushes used to look like. And I mean, you guys will recognize like the palm trees, those ended up staying. A lot of the bushes stayed, but yeah, we reskinned that whole temple. We made it look a lot better, changed the saturation, gave it a lot of more gold elements. We improved the rocks. We redid all the trees. But,
shade for the water.
It's
the waves crashing.
It's crazy how much you can zoom in and see the detail on it.
Yep. Yeah, like a full size.
This is a render right from the engine.
Flade, is that the image where I remember in the northwest of the map we shared an image, it must have been months ago, where there was a tiny man on the island to give an idea of the scale of the map. Is that the same one?
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, you can zoom. If you open this, go to Discord and click it, and then press open in browser, you can zoom in. This is about the size of Castaway Cove. Like we actually made Castaway Cove a little bit larger when we added the new area for the boss. But I mean, you guys can recognize it. It looks very similar to how it looks now. We just redid a lot of the art assets.
How did you come about having 26 species? How many species? 26 species, I think, isn't there? Was that just, did you pick the number of species that they are, or did it just end up being, we're going to have that many because these are the ones that we like?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just ended up being that way. It wasn't a number that we decided on. Like we said, when we were first kind of designing the project, I don't know why we had really settled on the monkeys. I just thought that it was kind of a fun character. And then I was really inspired. I mean, obviously, I'm inspired by RuneScape, but those were the first species. We did monkey, gorilla, and then a lot of the more natural monkeys. But then we did zombie monkey and then skeleton monkey. Which, if you play RuneScape, if you do the Monkey Madness quest, all of those, there's a zombie and then skeleton monkeys, which I think are really cool. So that's kind of what we started with. It was just those like 5, and then like Daddy Longlegs had already mentioned, we just kind of expanded from there. We were like, what if we started mixing all these other ones? And then that's when I think it was we did a bunch of reptiles, like the snakes and the other ones, and we were like, wow, these look really good. So we just kept going from there until we felt like we had a good collection.
Something I'm curious about is, for the cyborg one, why did you decide for it to be sort of a snakish design where the tail is essentially part of the body and not like a half robot, half monkey thing, but with the form of a monkey?
I don't know. That's just kind of the way that it ended up turning out. So.
Yeah, I feel like the cyborg's kind of an outlier. I feel like all the other species kind of fit into their own niche, whereas we already have a robot Bitmate, and then when we were trying to come up with a cyborg, I think the design of it matches all the other ones, so it feels kind of natural in game, and also when you're looking at the NFT. But at the same time, there is something a little bit strange about the design, and I guess at the time when we were trying to create a batch of NFTs, we were really I think we were focused in on just making them unique. And, when we got this design back from the artists, we were like, oh, well, it is a little bit odd. I feel like it doesn't really feel like its own niche when there's already the robot monkey. But since it looks good, we kind of just let it stay. And also, all the facial expressions with the Bitmates came later as well. After we created all the species and we looked at them, we're like, oh, well, they all have the same face, And then I think one of us said it's when you're looking at some art, especially if it's of a monkey or a person, the first thing that you do is you kind of look at their face, So a good way to make them look unique is creating different facial expressions. So the facial expressions were the very last thing that we added to the NFT. Oh, is that the first cave design for Interlopers? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was It was long and thin because I think for us we were kind of treating it like a transition kind of area. But now that after the gameplay's changed to us wanting the characters, people to come back more to some areas, we made it a little bit more like rounded so that people can kind of go in different branching paths.
I like
Yeah.
the red crustodon and the
Red
purple
crustodon.
slimes in there.
Oh yeah. There's still some like enemies and like ideas that we're throwing around that they can be incorporated in other places and stuff like that. We have a whole world to still explore. There's a lot of enemies that are like just kind of sketched out, just kind of in the cutting room floor, or not even cutting room floor, but just like we just got to find the right place for them.
Hmm.
Also, I see there is a purple ore in there. What is that meant to be?
Yeah, we have a lot of. I think we have like 20 something ores. That one is. I gotta find what that one is.
That one's probably amethyst, which is like a gemstone.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a couple. We might not, like when we're showing the mock-ups, we might not always use everything that gets tossed in the mock-up. We
Yeah.
do have all of the gems as a separate like ore type. So like if we wanted to, we could throw. So like if you're looking at an iron ore, we could throw one in that just gives you rubies, and it would shine and be red. And when you mined it, you only got rubies. I'm not 100% sure if we want to do that or not, but yeah, we do have the art to do those kind of things.
Hmm. I want to see this nugget bitmate.
I can't wait to see how it looks considering just how awesome everything else looks.
Oh yeah, look at those slimes. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff we can do with like reusing the same animations but making them have completely different effects in game as well as completely different loot.
I'm not sure what's happening, but I just teleported you, Flade, and then I tried to go mine iron ore, but the problem was it's not letting me mine. I'm gonna go try and leave the area and rejoin real quick, but...
Yeah, that happened to me too. I'm trying to figure that out.
I just froze doing whatever I was doing. Not sure if
okay.
that's related.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
there's
tried to leave
probably
the...
something going on with the server.
Yeah, I just tried to leave and rejoin, but it wouldn't let me teleport.
Okay. Yeah, I think the server might be. I'll look into it.
Okay. Also, it's interesting how when I look outside the cave, the background is like light blue.
Yeah, I'm gonna reset the server real quick.
Slight delay, everyone. Okay, let's see if I can find the nugget bitmate, because I love that thing. To look through some old code.
Oh, I see you added the offline button from when the servers are offline.
Yep. Yeah, that was a recent change. I think that was added last week. Bounty.
Also, I know it's been a somewhat consistent thing where the servers have sometimes gone down. Is this due to errors, or is it something to do with the server just running for too long?
Yeah, it's
So
entirely due to errors and stuff going on. The servers are actually performing very well. I mean, they're running at around like under 6% CPU usage, and we don't really get any kind of spikes in that. But you can go on if you were about to say something.
yeah, there's just like one place in the code, and when we experience these crashes, I feel like it's all coming from the same place. But since the code is just so large now, and we're not getting good errors in our console, it's really hard to debug this current issue that we're having. So there's just something in the game, like probably some really odd edge case, that's causing this server to crash. So yeah, I've been trying to hunt it down for a very long time. I just can't. We just are having a hard time finding it.
How fast is the login queue? Is it just fast as it can, or are we doing a timeout?
A lot like the login queue for
Mhm.
like for a lot of players.
Mm-hmm.
There shouldn't be a long wait. Like I know some other games, there's like a large login queue or like a long time you need to wait. But in our scenario, it's actually pretty quick. There is a queue, but it's never going to be at a point where you're going to be like waiting for like a bunch of players in front of you to connect. Like that's never going to be the case for us, unless we change fundamentally how our login system works. I don't think it's going to be that way.
Because I just restarted it and we just had the most. It was like 30 people or something that were logged in at the same time. But
Oh, is it up again? Here, let me.
yeah,
Are they all logging in pretty quick?
Yeah, I saw it all coming through.
Is it still beta_2 Fade?
Yeah, it'll stay the same. I didn't change anything. I just restarted it because I wasn't sure what error we were getting. We weren't actually getting an error, which is like the weird part, but yeah, it seems to be good now.
But yeah, we're gonna keep hunting down this error, and hopefully now, since we're gonna have a lot more players, it'll give us more opportunities to try to find out where in the code this is happening.
Yeah, because I feel like the hardest part about finding this error, like, of course, I'm not the ones looking, but it doesn't seem to me that anything out of the ordinary is happening. It's not a player's action. To me, it seems like something that may be happening in the background.
I mean, it's all going to come from something. Like, there's some interaction happening, and it might be like there may be a bit of variance to it. Like, it might be like some specific race condition or something. So, and it's hard to track. I mean, a lot of times when like errors happen in code, you'll get an error message. But from whatever just happened right there, we didn't get any kind of message. So those bugs are the hardest to find. And obviously, like the server didn't crash. It was just like certain actions were being blocked, so it's just it's harder to track down those kind of bugs.
It happened to me right as I teleported to you, so.
Yeah, and that may just be coincidence. It might not actually. You might not have caused that, but maybe you did.
You know, Zelda, it might have been you.
All my fault.
Just kidding. That was all your fault.
Yeah, the scary part is like once we move to free to play, if like we'll have to really stay on top of this stuff because there can be malicious players who figure out how to replicate those bugs, and then they're just continually like making the servers unusable for players until we find them. Which I mean, it's just something we'll have to deal with. But that was the whole point of the closed beta test. I mean, you guys saw how quick we were able to like find bugs, fix them, and push a new build out. It's kind of the whole point that we're opening this up, even still so early in the game. It's because it's just beneficial to do so. We learn so much and can improve the code. And eventually, like we'll have like all the bugs fixed, and it'll just be a stable build. And then we know we can always fall back on it, and not ever have to worry about any bugs.
Did you guys add a patch so that you can't drop the inventory off the screen?
You probably still can. So there is something we did add, like now you can press tab and things will show up. And if you drop an item, and you have tab pressed, you could also click the name, and the name will now show up. So like sometimes an item would fall behind another piece of art and you couldn't pick it up, you couldn't click it. But now if you press tab, you can click the name sometimes. But regarding the thing dropping off screen, like that, it's probably still a chance that could happen.
Well, when I said that, I wasn't talking about an item dropping off screen. I was talking about the fact that you can drag the inventory around.
Okay.
Because a problem I've been having is it doesn't let me bring it all the way to the top of the screen. It cuts me off at the top right corner and a little bit at the bottom. I can bring it as much off screen to the left as I want, but if I go to the top right corner, it doesn't let me reach the top right corner. It cuts me off a bit before.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing a little bit of checks for that. I guess like the intention for doing it that way was so people didn't drag windows off their screen, because we saved the position of a window, and there isn't a good way to tell if a window is completely off the screen. So like if we weren't doing any kind of bounds, if you clicked a thing and just dragged it all the way off your monitor, it would just save outside of the window. So that's kind of just, I mean, it feels a bit clunky. Like over time, we'll just improve things like that. But right now, that's just preventing you from dragging the banner to the top of your screen so that you can no longer click it and move that window around. That's kind of why it's a bit weird if you drag the UIs around and you touch the edge of the screen. Sometimes it just snaps away from you. That's also to prevent you from like getting your windows stuck.
Oh, I found it.
You found an error, or
no, not the error. I found the nugget Bitmate. Something that's exciting. I'm posting it.
I'm definitely gonna want to mint immediately.
Oh my god, I love that.
That's cooked.
For the people who aren't in the Discord call, what do I say? Why did
New
this
boss
not
coming
make
soon.
it? Like I don't know.
You guys care if I make
what was this
that
even
my
supposed to
Discord
be?
picture?
Yeah, go ahead, dude. Go ahead, right click save. It's fine. It's not my NFT. But yeah, here's one. I'll keep looking for the Yeti. I think I'm getting close to it. But there's some other things in here that are there's some other attributes too that didn't make the final cut. Oh yeah, here's a few. There was supposed to be an axe that I think is actually pretty cool, but it was really hard to make the other attributes mesh well with them. Like there's a lot of layering issues with the axe.
yeah, that was supposed to be. So it's like the katana. It sits on the back. But yeah, the problem with this was it was just too big. Like if there was just one bitmate with an axe, the axe took like so much of the frame, it kind of threw everything else off. Where the katana, oh yeah, and there's a spear. Yeah, those are pretty cool. But after we had gen them up, they just didn't look right with everything else.
Yeah. There was a good like week where we just spent, because we built the code to generate all of them. And then, but after we did that, we had to set a bunch of layering settings. So things, because all these images get layered on top of each other. And then just the way that some of these layered with other, it just took so much time and settings. And then we had to generate a batch, and then we had to look through a bunch of bitmates to see if there's any conflicts. And it was just taking way too long. And at the time, we felt a little bit rushed because we were seeing a bunch of other projects release, and we didn't want to get left behind. So we kind of just pushed what we had rather than trying to make it all work together. But, you know, if I could go back in time, if we had a little bit more time, I would have loved to have configured the generator to also allow the axe and some of these other ones to be allowed in the collection.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Maybe you could repurpose them now for maybe legendary weapons just because of how cool they look.
Yeah. See, the one thing at the time too, when we were creating these attributes, we only had to really account for the 2D NFT image. But now that we have an MMO and there's now like an isometric version of your NFT, if we were to create new assets like this, it'd be a little bit more work because we would have to animate them for their 8-frame movement. We'd have to also think about like all the other animations like attacking and crafting thing. So if we were to add this axe to the game, we would also have to animate it in an isometric way. So maybe if we have some more time, we can add it to like the cosmetic shop. Who knows?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find this Yeti.
The added complexity with isometric is that every single direction, everything has to get relayered again. So when we're just looking at like the bitmate, the original like NFT images, that's just one perspective. But in the game, it's 8. So every sprite sheet is at least 64 frames. Sometimes they go up if they have like arm movements and things. So yeah, the art scope like it increases very quickly. So we have to be pretty selective with new things that we add into the game. Because of that, I mean, it just takes time, and then somebody has to go in and like manually set the settings to make sure things look right with all the other traits. So.
Yo, that is hilarious.
Yeah. So yeah, another thing too, when we were trying to come up with a logo, I think we talked to like 4 or 5 different artists, and we went with one of them, and we were like, okay, so we showed them a picture of our NFT. We're like, this is what our NFT looks like. Like, we want it to be pixel art, and we want it to be like themed like this monkey. And he's like, okay, yeah, I got you. And then I think like he comes back 2 days later, it's like really fast, and we're like, whoa, that was really quick. And then he shows us this. I mean, we were like, "Oh yeah, thanks." We paid him, and then, but yeah, we didn't use it. We just now have it saved. It's in the. I think I haven't saved this to my computer. I had to find this through like chat logs on Discord. So yeah, I thought you guys would appreciate this one.
He would have dunked.
When we get the wiki at some point, this needs to go into the legacy page where we talk about other people. This needs to go into it.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, here's another. What's that?
You know, for the Nugget Monk, could there be a mission where you sort of win him as a companion that follows you out?
I mean, we'll probably leave him in the dust, but maybe he can get a cameo somewhere in the world.
Yeah, he needs presents. Zelda Boy's already made it his profile picture.
Oh yeah, I just found it too funny not to make it.
You just see him like wandering around like in a mountain that you can't really reach. He's just lost somewhere off screen.
It looks kind of similar to the baby trick as well. A tiny bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the baby species.
Yeah.
Or you could make it like. I was just saying you can make it like a lot of games. They have like a hidden like item throughout the game. It's just like where's Nugget? You got to find them in like 20 different spots.
Right.
Yeah, and here's the next attempt at getting a logo.
That's quite decent.
That one's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
These
it's
aren't
not
logos
bad.
though.
That is true.
Yeah.
They aren't really logos.
The mascot, isn't it?
The past one was at least a logo, but that monkey, he didn't look right.
Yeah.
But hang on, the intention from the start was always for it to be pixel art, though. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we had a specific design that we wanted, and line art. Even though some line art, like I feel like line art can make it into the cut if it's in like the right area. Like if it's something on the website for like some promo and it's some really nicely done line art that matches our theme, like I wouldn't mind using it, but that just looks a little bit too cartoony and doesn't really fit the vibe. Like I don't think it's bad art. Like the one that I posted above, I think is a little bit odd, but I think this one is okay. It just didn't really match.
The thing also about it is the way the eyes are drawn just makes it look sad.
It's really sad.
Yeah, it is kind of sad.
Just imagine slapping the words Bitmates under it and it just looking sad at you.
Yeah, the mascot monkey right now looks quite confident in his sort of pose and stuff. It's the complete opposite of that.
Okay, I think we're getting closer. I'm looking through the crustiest, moldiest chat logs. Now, I think I'm just gonna give up. You guys just gonna have to imagine a Yeti bitmate in your mind.
The one that you sent is the Yeti.
Oh, that is the Yeti. What about the white one?
Titled.
There was like a white one that had like fur. You know?
I don't remember. I do remember we had a white like that looked like the bitmate. We had a white version of a monkey that it looked really cool, but we didn't end up adding that one in. Looked really good with certain traits like the beard and stuff.
Yeah, because the only white bitmate now is the unicorn species, isn't it? It's like blue, purple, and white. Quite rare.
Yeah.
Took a while, but I'm finally getting my iron tools.
Nice. I haven't checked the leaderboards pretty soon. Is Flayed still at the top?
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He could probably reach level 100 pretty easily if he just did some combat.
Mm-hmm.
Flayed, is there a ratio to how much you have to mine to hit a gem?
No, it's not.
No.
It's not deterministic at all. It's completely random, and it's about a 1% chance per gather.
Got any yet? Yeah, all of this kind of stuff that you're digging up, I think it was Master Adam a while back shared a RuneScape documentary, and it goes quite back into their past and the early stages of building the game and stuff like that. Kind of makes me think of there's a sort of bitmates equivalent in future. All of that kind of stuff would get pulled up and make for really funny storylines.
Yeah, I mean, you never know, but it would definitely be cool. I think that's kind of like one of the reasons why I'm really glad that I've kept up with the devlogs, is because like, I mean, we're already coming up on almost 2 years of the project, like, and there's just lots of stuff there, and like the further we go along, the more significant that'll become.
I think I remember a story you told me a while back about the flower tail. Wasn't it that the original intention? It wasn't for the flower tail to be as rare as it is, because I think there's like 29 of them. But the reason it is as rare as it is because a lot of the bitmate characters have tails, and so it didn't really work with them.
Yeah, that's kind of it's I mean, that's just a thing about setting up a collection like this, because you have to balance those mechanics, because like when you're making something, you naturally, if you really like a trait, you want to see it more often, but the more often that you make it show up, the less rare it becomes, so the less people care about it. So it's kind of like a weird dynamic where the things that look really cool, you have to actually make them more rare, which means less people actually get to experience them. As well as kind of the flip side, because if you don't like a trait, you don't really want to see it that much. So you turn down the settings so that it shows up less often. But the flip side of that is all of those traits become very rare, and then suddenly everybody cares about them. And that's kind of the case with the tails. Is I mean, it's just like a subjective thing, but I didn't really like the tails. I preferred all the species like with their natural tails. So we turned down the tails down quite a bit. And now all the tails ended up being like very rare. So when you look at any of these rarity charts, those are like the rarest bitmates. Is all the ones with the special tails.
Well, it's leaf tail, spiral tail, and flower tail. I think are the 3 tails, and all of them are like sub 30. So super rare, super rare.
Yeah, and then you have like certain species that we couldn't replace the tail with, the things like the dragon and the snakes. So it was kind of just the things that already were missing tails, like the chimps and stuff that could get new tails.
Unless you give them away, and then you have layering problems, like when I put on the tails.
Yeah, I mean that's something we could pretty easily do a check for. We just haven't yet.
Not like there's really a need to right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's more important things to focus on, but and sometimes it's fun. Like when I see people walking around like with 7 traits on, they just look kind of goofy, but it looks kind of cool at the same time.
Also, I'm assuming you saw Taxman found the Yeti.
Oh, he did. You did?
Yeah.
I just recolored
recolored
the.
Oh.
Okay. To me, it really just looks like a recolored, like a white, colorful monkey. So I was gonna mention that, but I thought you did find it.
No, I haven't found it yet. I'm trying very hard though,
Which channel?
because I actually think it's pretty cool. If I post it, or
like where
the
would
one
you
I'm
find
looking
it?
through.
No, it'll be in our. We have like another team channel that we do all the
Yeah.
planning. But
Okay.
it won't be in. It won't be in the Bitmates one.
Who came up with the Bitmates name?
That was me.
Was it
I'm not.
by anything particular?
No, I don't know. I feel like those things just kind of come natural to me. It's a play on like several words. I mean, you have like bit is already used a lot in the art style, like 8-bit art, as well for like pixel art. And you also have the bit that's used a lot in computation as well as Bitcoin. And then you have the mates, which is just like a word for friend, as well as the end of the word primate, which is what like all the species are. So it's kind of just like a play on like a bunch of different words, and it has a good ring to it and sounds good. So
Really good name.
It's got a friendly name to it, you know.
Yeah.
It's all about like
Yeah.
it sounds very community focused.
We use the word mate a lot in the UK as well. I don't really think we use it in the States much, do we?
Yeah, I have to think because we had a couple names. Like I had a handful that we were going through before I decided on this one, but yeah, Bitmates just had the best ring to it. And it looks good written out too. Like some names just don't look good as branding.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like some words like the word aesthetics, where it sort of looks weird if you write it out with the C and the S right next to each other at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
That's level 10 mining and level 10 magic combat. Is anybody currently up fishing? Oh my god. That looks a bit like an early stage of the fox.
It's Nugget. He's in game.
What would you even call this? The eyes are very specific in the way that the black of them cuts off at the center.
Oh, I found them all.
Oh, here we go.
All right, I found all the species. I found all the species that didn't make it. Here, I'll start posting them. They're not upscaled, so they're going to be very small. But I'll start posting them. So here's I don't know what this one's supposed to be. This little green guy.
It's a goblin.
A goblin. Oh yeah. Okay. And then, oh my gosh, when I swap between Discord channels, it loses my spot. Oh, there's a fork and a spoon that we're supposed to be in too.
Yeah, we had a fork, a spoon,
Here's a fork.
pencil.
Yeah.
Cosmetic traits, I think.
Then here is what looks like a slime. A slime.
I quite like the goblin one.
Which I think it's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I think the colors were just kind of odd. I think, okay, what I'm about to post is the Yeti. This is the actual Yeti. This is the Yeti.
What's going on here? Hello.
You know, actually, I do like the
Everyone
way
having
the
events
Yeti
on
looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think it looks cool, but once you put it next to the other Bitmates, it looks a little bit strange. I think that's why we decided to.
It
No,
looks a little
the
bit.
problem with those is they're not the same body as the Bitmate, so you couldn't put clothes on
Oh
them.
yeah, yeah, the fur.
It does look
Yeah,
very different to all the other species. It's almost like
Yeah.
it looks separate to the collection.
I think this is the
that's
stone golem.
That's the gargoyle or whatever. Yeah.
He also had a lollipop that didn't make it. Let's post that one.
I like the gargoyle's red eyes.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Ooh, lollipop can make a great weapon, like a blunt weapon in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Yeah,
hey
pretty
Gray, I noticed you just joined us.
Howdy.
Oh, hey, Robsy.
Yeah, how's it going?
Oh yeah, pretty good, pretty good.
When is this
My
supposed to?
cursor disappears when I go into play. Okay. You'll be right. I'll figure it out. Keep on having events on Fridays when I'm busy. I should stop being busy on Fridays. Gosh darn it. Everyone's gonna catch up to me on the leaderboard. I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, well, you better start mining quick because Flay's already level 84.
Oh, of course he is.
I'll slow down. Here
Oh
soon.
yeah, thanks. Appreciate that.
Are
Oh
you
dear.
not going to be the world's first 100?
I mean, I might go to 100. I would just be surprised if I stay first over the next few days. Just having a bit of fun right now.
Yeah, it's hard to stay first when you're running the game.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't suppose anyone has been testing this on a Intel Arc series GPU.
No. Are you having issues?
Yeah. My cursor disappears whenever I go into the active gameplay area. Interesting.
Are you logged into the game?
Yeah, I'm walking around. And it's very stuttery, but I'm having general browser issues with the Arc. The Arc doesn't seem to be...
Does the top left say beta_2?
Oh, let me have a look. No, just beta.bitmates. Maybe I need to refresh my page.
No, he means in the game window, not the URL.
Oh, okay. Give me a second. I'm reloading.
Yeah, it shouldn't be the reason you're having performance issues, but if your mouse isn't showing up, I would try to just click a couple times in game maybe.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
right. I don't want to take up everyone's time with my troubleshooting my new GPU. I just was wondering if anyone else had any feedback, but that's mine. Yeah, no, every time I go into
Intel
server.
Arc, you said?
Yeah, A770. It seems to have some general browser issues. I've disabled hardware acceleration in the browser because it wasn't loading pages at all. Very, very funky GPU.
The GPU probably won't have too much effect on this game because it's built-in WebGL, so you're only going to be using your CPU while you're playing.
Maybe I need to re-enable WebGL on Chrome.
Yeah, if there's any kind of WebGL settings you should mess with, you need to turn those on because that's what the game is. It's WebGL.
Yeah. All right. Let me get on to fixing that.
All right, yeah, those are all the relics. I found them all. It took me a while. Sorry, everyone.
Perfectly fine.
Yeah, look how Static Taxman made the nugget isometric. That's pretty funny.
What
Be
was
strong
that
for
then?
fucking clarity.
Because I thought that was the Yeti, but it's not. I wonder what that was supposed to be.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. But I remember telling the artist we wanted different species. I think that guy made that bitmate, and then he also made like the other Yeti and the gargoyle and the slime, and they all look nice. So I don't know where this one came from. I wonder
So
if the
I mean,
guy.
I remember some of the traits. So I think it was the samurai, the Viking, like all the really cool body armors came from that artist too.
Yeah. So
so
I'm just
yeah.
surprised he made it. Maybe he just did it as a joke. Like he just like. Maybe he just wanted to see if we would react to it, because like the guy made some cool things. It's just that one was the outlier. Let's see, what's our player count at? Unlock.
I did
34.
Reset. Wow. Yeah, I reset the servers, but everybody got back on.
Yeah, everyone's racing right now.
We haven't even announced rewards yet for the competition. People are just playing to play.
Yeah,
I didn't even know there was a competition. What are you talking about?
You don't know.
I've been extremely
That's
busy the
right.
last couple of weeks on Fridays. Like the end of the week's been busy for me, so I haven't been able to keep up with things lately.
I mean, we
Unfortunately.
haven't announced anything yet. So.
Oh yeah, I should check that. Okay. Sorry, I just got on the computer. I'm like, oh yeah, everyone's playing Bitmates. I need to get on.
Yeah, the turnout was actually really good. So, I think tomorrow might surprise us all. So, with it going free to play. So,
How many people are on right now?
34 at the moment, which is probably one of the highest like consecutive. I mean, you have to keep in mind that it's only Bitmate holders that can play right now. So, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I would love to see 200 players on one game server tomorrow. That'd be nice. That's the goal.
Can it handle that many players?
Yeah, it'll definitely be able to handle it. But yeah, it's kind of something that we just need to test, because like we could simulate player connections, but it's not going to be a perfect like one-to-one comparison.
Right.
And of course, we've never had enough players to really know. Like, and I mean, we could scale the servers up too. Like, we're not using the most expensive servers. We're using like more economical ones. Yeah. I'm also kind of curious how many people we can fit in a world to the point where it doesn't feel too crowded too. Like that's the other thing. Like the servers can probably handle a lot more players than we would want, just because the worlds aren't like that big yet.
Yeah, and we have that creeping issue.
The resources.
Yeah.
Do you remember the count of total players from earlier? Was it 41 or 49?
From how many people have logged in? I think 49.
Okay, because now we're up to 56.
Yeah. And there will be some players who just log in and log out, because even with the last month, there was several people who did that.
The thing that's scary too is with that one error that's crashing the server, I think if we have more players online, it would be more likely for one of the players to trigger that that edge case. So, although I feel like our servers can handle more players, I think once we do start having more players on a server, it's going to create the likelihood that the server is going to crash. So it is very crucial that we find that that bug that's happening and fix it. Just trying to think where it could be.
Will it be the 2 servers for tomorrow?
We're gonna go with 3, and I may even do more. We can also kind of just get them ready. They don't it doesn't take very long. We could spin one up in probably like 10 to 15 minutes. And right now they're set to a maximum of 200 connections. So.
What regions are those servers for?
Well, we could put them anywhere. The ones we're gonna launch tomorrow is gonna be 2 in US and 1 in Europe.
Sweet.
So, but I mean, we can spin them up wherever there's demand at. I think we have access to Asia as well as Australia and South America, other places. So.
Is it predominantly US and I'm going to guess Western Europe logging in? Can you see that data?
And we're not really tracking it. I'm not sure, but compared to like our community metrics, like Discord and Twitter, that's mostly where the community is. So, would make sense. That's probably where just like most people play games too. Like, typically, most games have most of their, unless it's like Asian based. Usually, the Europe and US servers are the biggest.
One thing that I think we will keep an eye on too is when we have a lot more players. Like for example, I got 4 guys right now, and we're working our way through this like area of trees. And so they just commented, imagine when there's like 400 players online. Obviously, like you're saying, we're limited per server, but it would be interesting to kind of see like if you know it's a good problem, right? That we have a lot of people. We might need to like throw even more nodes around, or you know, like based on how many people are around.
Flayed has thrown an idea around that maybe at the end of a node, everyone who's participating gets resources for the node so that it encourages team farming rather than it being a bad thing to farm with other people around.
Yeah, that's something we can look to do in the future is make it like more collaborative friendly. Because right now the world is very competitive. Like technically, if there's nobody near you, then you're playing most efficiently, and then the more players that are near you, it's actually less efficient for you, which like, it's kind of just bad game design. So in the future, we can do things like that. So if there's a group of you and you guys are roaming around farming all these resources, as soon as you completely take it out, you'll get a big boost of materials or XP as just one way that we can like incentivize players playing together. Because I don't want the game. There's like a weird issue that you see in RuneScape is like when somebody logs into your world when you're doing a task, you tell them to leave, and like if they don't leave, it's considered like very rude of them, which is like such a weird thing for an MMO. Like in a game like RuneScape, if you see another player, you tell them to leave. Or like the game should be built so that you guys are playing together and you can like chat and make friends. And it shouldn't be so competitive.
And that's where the whole Iron Man mode came from too. I feel like people want to play kind of like solo.
Mm-hmm.
At least in those types of games.
Do we have unlimited bank space?
Nope, it's a fixed quantity. I think it's just the inventory with 2 extra rows.
So it's like 2 inventories, but it has 2 extra rows.
No,
so it's like
I mean the bank is 1 inventory plus 2 rows. So I guess in total you have 2 inventories plus 2 rows. But the thing about the bank is you can stack stacks on top of each other. So yeah, you get a lot more space in the bank.
So in the inventory it's 32, but in the bank you can stack like thousands. Is that what you mean?
Yep.
Got it.
There are certain things excluded, such as fishing rods. You can't stack those.
No, you can stack everything in the bank now.
Oh, now you can? Okay. Didn't know that changed.
Yeah, even tools and weapons. So.
Well, guess I should probably be keeping my fishing rods now for selling.
Yeah, keep everything, even if you think it's useless. Like unless you're running out of bank space, because a lot of the items, if you feel that they don't have a purpose, that's probably because we just haven't given them a purpose yet, and not because they're always going to be worthless. So, like your extra tools and stuff, like you can keep them. I mean, maybe like the really low end, like low tier stuff, you might not need that much of, but yeah, don't think any item is like worthless just because the current state of the game. Like specifically, like the gemstones, the silver, the gold, like all of those don't have a purpose at all. But we're going to be introducing a whole new skill. So as soon as that skill launches, all of those materials are going to go up in value a lot because they'll suddenly have a purpose. And you'll probably see lots of players just buying those items in anticipation for that.
Mm-hmm.
Just hit my first ever emerald on the tin.
Emerald?
Yeah.
Nice.
What's the other
What-
gem that you can get? Can you get ruby as well?
You can
Yeah,
get
you
ruby
can
and
get
sapphire.
you can get diamond too. Diamond is 1 in 1,000 chance only on platinum.
Yeah,
So very, very, very rare.
During the beta, I didn't even get a diamond, although I didn't spend too much time mining.
Zelda Boy didn't get at least that Pokemon.
He didn't spend too much time, only 20 hours mining platinum.
Yeah, just a little bit of time.
Oh, so Zelda Boy, you know we did a dedicated post about you, yeah? Did you see it on our Twitter?
Can you say that a little louder, please?
Did you see our Twitter post about you, calling you the true gamer?
Maybe.
I'll find it and send it.
I usually like to go through all the important channels and read through them, such as announcements and social posts whenever anything gets posted, so I've probably seen it, I just probably don't remember it.
Okay.
But I mean, so far I've been streaming for 4 hours.
So just 15 more to go.
Yep, just 15 more to go. And technically I started a little bit before I started streaming, but I was having a little bit of trouble getting it set up because I had no clue how to do that.
Yeah, I had to do a bit of figuring out to see how to do the Twitter streams. I hadn't done one before. But it's connected to OBS.
Hello.
For OBS, for some reason, when I used the automatic connect, because they're just like, oh, you could just connect your email. When I tried doing that, it wouldn't work, so I had to connect my streamer key, and then it worked.
Right. I made the big mistake of updating OBS yesterday as well, and then apparently the latest update, you have to have an updated is it a video card or video drive or something. I'd spend about half an hour downloading that as well. That's worked out there.
What's the next content that you're releasing?
So there's some stuff that we didn't have time to get in. So we'll be releasing that probably in the next coming weeks. This will be the castle area as well as Braveheart Barracks, the Magmadillo boss, as well as 2 other mini bosses that'll be found in the woods, and an NPC that'll also be found in the woods. So that's kind of just cleanup. That's just stuff that we didn't have time to get in for these regions. And then following that, the next major expansion will be all of the Forsaken Sands, including likely some new skills, as well as reworking some of the existing mechanics. So it'll be the desert area.
Got it. So progressively, you're just gonna put new content in over time.
Yeah, and we'll take our time with it. We won't just push stuff as soon as it's ready. We'll make sure there's a pretty significant expansion that enough people are going to find of interest so that they come back and play, and then we'll fill all of the time in between with just smaller content or events and different things. So
got it.
The pyramids are going to be an interesting area.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff that'll be in the desert.
How do you think the pyramids will be done? Because I'm assuming one of them is going to be a dungeon, but are the other ones just going to be closed off, or are they going to have some other purpose?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. We haven't finalized the design on how the interiors of the pyramid. I guess if I'm just thinking about it, we could probably turn them into mazes of some type and let players go inside and just have it be a single level. But I guess the weird thing right now is how we're handling interiors with enemies, because enemies kind of just run through objects at the moment. So if we did go that route, then enemies would run through walls. But yeah, I'm not sure. We'll figure something out. But yeah, I think the pyramids will be like a big staple for those areas. It should be pretty cool running through them.
Is there a reason that for the primordial forests primary region that there's only one sub-region called Primus, whereas all the other primary regions have 2 or 3 sub-regions? Is that significant at all?
Yeah, not too much.
Not too much.
That's just the major city for that area.
Yeah. Remember when we first started learning about land and Danny Longlegs mentioned all of the bitmates had genomes. I was speculating with Josh for ages before joining the team about which ones are going to be the best to buy and stuff like that. Then JBB Benfort came in, who basically taught us all everything we knew about land because he scraped all of the data and found all the rarest ones.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's fun looking through that. I think it's kind of sad because as soon as somebody does scrape all the data, I think a lot of the fun gets taken out of it. But it's the natural thing to do.
Yeah.
Is to try to find all the efficiencies and inefficiencies. Yeah.
What's everyone doing?
Trying to troubleshoot my cursor still.
Currently, I'm just mining iron so that I can get up to tungsten and birch.
Nice.
Sorry, tungsten and pine. Birch is next.
Here, I'll send you a DM, Robsy.
Oh, okie dokies.
I'll just send you a.
Yeah, it's probably better than filling up voice chat with my mutterings.
I'm just gonna send you. So here's some WebGL samples. This is just like different things you can play with. I'm curious if you click any of these. Let me know if you have problems.
Thank you. Nice.
Yeah. So I mean, these are going to be like really optimized, so they might perform okay with your setup. But I'm curious if you get similar issues with the mouse and whatnot. If
Okay,
not,
my mouse doesn't disappear when I go into their WebGL sessions. Okay. I'm trying like full screen and like not full screen ones as well.
You can also
doesn't work in
try to
full screen
like
or not full screen.
Yeah, make sure you're zoom. You're not like zoomed in the web page or anything, are you?
Oh, I know I'm zoomed in for the beacon, but okay, let's have a look.
If you have a keyboard and mouse, you can just hover somewhere and like outside of the game window and press Control and mouse wheel. Make sure that's set to 100. That'll mess with your mouse size.
No, it works everywhere else on the web page except for when I go into the go to select server. Like as soon as I go into the background area, not like the wood grain background, but the actual like inlay, it disappears. It seems to work fine on other WebGL applications I'm testing. Interesting. The arcs are really weird. Like, yeah, they've got a lot of issues. But they've got amazing hardware, so yeah.
Does the game client, does it say beta_2 in the top left?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so you are up to date. Were you on this computer during the last week when you were playing?
I was, but I switched my GPU out from an NVIDIA to an ARC.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I've had all sorts of funky issues since. This is not one of them. This is only one of them. One of many.
You can maybe try different browsers and see what are you using? Chrome or?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Firefox. Chrome seems to work fine. Firefox has even worse issues with this GPU. Maybe I'll try Brave.
All right, guys, I'm going to head off because it's 2 a.m. here and I've got to be up in 4.5 hours.
Have a good one.
See you, Wink.
Yeah.
Have a good night,
Catch you guys later.
Winks.
Ciao.
Whoa, that's a lot of palm wood. It's interesting to see how many people showed up to the call.
There are quite a few people, huh?
Have you guys been on for a while?
Oh yeah, we've been on. When did we start? Almost 3 hours ago. Yeah.
Were there many more people on earlier?
No, I'd probably say it's less than now. People have just been slowly piling
Got
in
it.
and they don't really leave, so.
It's fun seeing so many people at the crafting stations and stuff.
Yeah, man. I don't know what to do. I'm just chopping logs until I kind of figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. But might as well be getting some kind of resource.
I mean, chopping logs isn't a bad idea. Everything revolves around wood and metal.
Yeah. Yep.
What wood cutting level are you?
Lumberjacking 8.
Howdy.
Ooh.
You're almost high enough level for the palm trees.
Yeah, that's my next. What's up, Toomey Stella?
What's up? What's up?
You getting on, or just gonna fart in your hand?
I might fight a little bit.
I don't blame you.
Let me go to OpenSea.com real quick. Let's see.
Wait, what Bitmate is that in your profile picture? You don't own that one.
Are you talking to me?
No, Toomey Stella. I think you just screenshotted it.
Yeah, it's Dottie's. It's Flade's. Wait, how do I?
Axeman, are you still in here?
Yeah, I'm here.
I almost, after seeing all these people here, I almost want to like structure a cool little like town area with in Castaway Cove. Like maybe like turn this in, because I kind of threw all these crafting stations here just temporarily, but I think it's kind of cool just seeing everybody in one spot. We could probably mock something up and make a cool little like station.
What kind of station do you mean?
Just setting up all the crafting stations in Castaway Cove and making it feel kind of like a town square.
I see. Yeah, no, for sure.
It feels cool having all the players here.
I like that idea, yeah. I can mock something up.
Oh shit! I'm finally in, Flade.
Yeah, it's working for you. Nice.
Yeah. How do I
Yeah.
move? The arrows? Or is it
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
it's
can-
WSD?
WASD. Also,
Oh, okay,
if you're ever confused about the buttons you use to do stuff, there should be a question mark in the bottom right-hand corner.
Gotcha. Where's everyone at? What do I do?
Wait, is this you who's about to die to the mush?
No. Who's this noob?
I thought it was you.
I'm gonna die.
If you walk down from the spawn, you'll see a bunch of us.
Also, Flade, something about the crafting benches. Sometimes I find it a little hard to click past people to use the crafting benches.
Hey, what's this slime with a question mark on him? Red, orange.
Oh, watch out for that one, bro.
The question mark means he sees you.
Does my P hat one shot him or what?
Might as well.
Also, you can press, if you press tab, you can click past players from the, like if you click on the indicator for the crafting station, it'll show above players.
Oh, okay.
If they're getting in your way.
That's good to know.
Yeah, we should probably communicate that better with the player, but that's how we got around that for now.
Maybe it should
There's
be,
more.
maybe it should be something for crafting stations that they just naturally have that above them, because it doesn't really obstruct anything.
Yeah, I like that. That's kind of what we were going to do. Just have these always show. Because you don't really know what these are until you interact with them the first time anyway. And having the indicator always show would be better.
Should I stream all night, go for that 12-hour stream?
Yeah. What are you streaming on?
Currently I'm streaming on YouTube. I believe they posted the link in either announcements or in social.
It's in many announcements.
Got it. Are you
It's
on
just the YouTube link.
Are you on voice on stream, or are you just like streaming yourself?
As far as I know, my voice should be going through, as well as everyone on Discord's voices, so that everyone can hear the conversation. And no one has visited it in 2 hours.
Right? Everyone's got to start somewhere.
Well, it's not like I'm really trying to get big. It's more of just, why not stream it? It gives good data. Plus, also, after an hour, the Twitter live cut out, so this way we still have the conversations.
Got it. Is that the cap? They put an hour on the Twitter live spaces or whatever it is.
I don't really know, but Taxman said after an hour that Winx's live had just gone off because an hour had passed. I don't know all the specifics of it.
I think that's true. I think that's true for the spaces too. There's a time limit.
Wait, Floyd, what are you doing? What's the most efficient thing?
I'm just chopping trees and mining or crafting afterwards.
Just got 10 lumberjacking.
Nice.
I don't know if you're jealous or not, but
Let's see. You are rank 15 lumberjacking.
not bad. Pretty high
Gonna
up there.
aim for #1 on the leaderboard, right? Gotta have some good competition in here.
Yeah. I got some time over the next couple of weeks, so I might be up there for a little while.
It's going to be interesting to see how the leaderboard forms now that it's going to be 24/7 instead of just certain days.
Yeah. And then there'll be a whole new element once free-to-play players come in. There's just a higher likelihood for people who might just pull all-nighters and grind out the skills, so it'll probably progress a lot faster.
Yeah. When do you intend on raising that XP cap from the 50s?
It'll be once we do the next expansion, so I don't have a time right now, but yeah, once we have all the Forsaken Sands done, then we'll probably end up raising it to like 60 or 70. That way, because I don't want people like grinding ahead of where they should be, because it's just going to be boring, and they won't have anything to do once new stuff comes out. So at least now everybody will be on a fresh slate again.
Plus, it's also sort of unfair considering someone would grind to like level 90, which is like 3 areas ahead before they're even unlocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would do that.
I would not do that. I'd get too bored. I may do that for maybe like woodworking and blacksmithing just because of how much experience you get from the weapons and the fishing rods, but I wouldn't go to 90. I'd probably cap myself off at 70 maximum, and I'd probably
Wait, I just
only go
dropped
to
my P
60.
hat. How do I pick it up?
You just click
Good
it if
thought,
it's on
bro.
the floor.
Oh wait, where did you say you were?
By Flid.
All right, I'm gonna come pick it up.
Yeah, let's not do that. Yeah, I could just do /reset, right? Comes back.
No, that just makes you go back to spawn. If you want to
Oh, I
reset,
meant /spawn purple P hat.
yeah, well, to get back your attributes, you have to click the blue and red monkey head at the bottom and then reselect the bitmate.
Gotcha.
If I have a baby bitmate, will it grow?
I don't think so.
The baby bitmates grow played.
No, not right now. He's just chilling with you.
Eventually, you just get a teenager bitmate that just doesn't want to listen to you.
It just keeps growing. It doesn't get off your back. Eventually, you have a full-blown bitmate like on top of you. Like, yo, let go.
That'd be funny if just as you grow in combat level, it just gets bigger. Like maybe every like 25 levels or something, it just grows a size bigger. So it goes from baby to toddler and toddler from teenager until you just have a monkey on your back.
They become like a second party member. I would love that to have like 3 or 4 I was giving that idea of like those who have like multiple bitmates can like have like a party of people who follow behind them, and it's just like an AI kind of thing where they just fight whoever's nearest, like whoever you're targeting.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, but don't forget if they do that, there's also the problem of more bitmates they have to load onto the screen.
Oh shit, I have aggro. Somebody kill this thing.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Dude, what do I do with all these logs now?
You can
Give
make
them to
them
me.
into planks.
Is anyone buying bananas?
I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, how tasty are the bananas?
They're quite right.
Where are you at? Can't find you.
Doubt it. Aerolytics here is this golden monkey. That's great.
Actually, you know what I just realized? The map's pretty big so far. We could do hide and seek at this point and it'd actually be pretty fun.
Yeah. It'd probably be pretty challenging, actually.
Yeah. Only thing is, I think if you press tab, it'll show the health bars for everybody.
Oh, true. You can teleport to people too, but I guess that's
Well,
like off limits.
yeah, teleporting would be off limits, and I feel like it's sort of fair for you to use tab because at the same time, there's not many places on the map where you can just hide behind a wall, and if they are hidden behind a wall, there's no way of telling if they're back there without tab.
So I'm trying it out right now. I think if somebody has full health, the tab doesn't show up. Like if you're just recovering, or you were
No,
just
if
in
you
combat.
press tab, it shows all of everybody's health bars. It's like a toggle thing.
Yeah, so I'm standing here and I see only like 2 of the people in the near Wilson's shop. Everybody else is no bar above them. Maybe there's like a limit or something, like a display limit, because there's also like slimes.
There's
Oh yeah, I see
there's,
that.
there's a visual bug right now with it not showing some people's health bars. If you leave the viewport and come back in, it'll show their health bars. But it's just a bug. It's supposed to show everybody's health bars.
So what's everyone doing right now? What's going on?
You can click on the trees. You can equip some weapons. Go kill some stuff. You can go mine.
Right.
Go fish.
Yeah, I have a bunch of planks to me.
I like
and,
the item tooltips when you hover over items on the ground. That's a good improvement.
If you want, you can go murder some giant crusty crabs.
Where's starter items at?
Press I.
Oh, I see.
I feel like we would all get wrecked if we tried to do Crustodon right now. Probably need a couple days to build up the resources and the stats.
We killed it a few times earlier.
Oh, really?
There's like probably 20 of us though.
With what? Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a
someone
sword now.
soloed it.
Wait,
No
so does that
way.
mean if you have a bitmate with a sword already, do you use that one instead?
No, there's an idea where you can use this, or in the future they'll use the cosmetic as the weapon, but
Oh,
it's
like a
not
transmog?
released yet. Yeah. And someone's
gotcha.
actually soloed Crustodon. Castor did it earlier.
Got it. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he said it took him like 20 minutes and he just had to run towards him, run away, run towards him, run away.
So is this gold monkey basically 99 everything?
Yeah.
No, like not 99 stats on everything. It's just a certain species of Bitmate.
It just looks cool for 10E.
Yeah, and he owns both of them, the only 2 ones that exist.
I heard he's selling one. Are you still selling it for half an ETH?
Yeah. I don't think he's in here, actually. He was in here earlier. I don't see his name.
Yeah, he's not currently in here.
I think you scared him off, bud.
Yeah, how's the world feeling so far? You guys feeling cramped or?
No.
Still
The only
okay?
thing that I would say is and I think I mentioned this previously, but like my mouse feels a little slow to react. It just feels heavier, if that makes sense.
Are you on a Mac?
No, I'm on a desktop. Like
do
even
you-
when I go, yeah, go on. Sorry.
do you think it's like a lag thing?
Well, nothing else lags, and even like if I go to the right of the actual Bitmates game, where my cursor turns back to like the regular white rather than like the Bitmates animated cursor, like it speeds up normally. So like, I don't know what it is. It just feels heavy, like a setting almost.
Yeah, I mean there is a setting because we're rendering like a certain amount of pixels within the game window. So that's why. But yeah, I'm not sure. Do you know the resolution of the monitor you're playing on? Is it like standard
Well,
size? Is it 4K or?
You know
I
how
kind of know why.
What's up?
It's because when you move your cursor onto the screen, it has to strip away like the base texture, and then the game engine will actually draw a texture over your cursor. So if you're experiencing like low FPS in game, it'll actually feel slower or laggier because it has to wait for the next FPS tick in order to render your cursor at the new location. So I guess to fix this is we could potentially just make it a setting so that it turns off that feature of rendering your cursor as something else. That way you get that snappy feeling.
I think there is actually a DPI difference between the canvas element.
Oh.
Like I mean there is because
you can do that.
Yeah, well, like people like it. You're on a Mac, right? Are you on a? Is it like Retina or whatever?
Like my Retina screen. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, move your mouse back and forth in like the banner outside of the canvas element, and then move it back in. Does it feel like the DPI is different? Because there was a setting that I changed in JavaScript because you can do that. Apparently, it was like really bad with Retina displays before, but I don't know. I mean, I notice it too. I feel like if I move my mouse back, it feels like I have lower DPI in the game.
Yeah, I think what Daddy Longlegs said makes a lot of sense. And if you could strip the actual like animation that the game provides, like puts over the cursor, then like it would make it snappier. But I mean, I guess I don't really know what I'm talking about.
Because your mouse gets rendered on each tick of the game loop on the game. So if you're at like 1 FPS, you're moving your cursor around, your cursor is gonna like jump because it needs to take that whole frame in order to re-render it in the new location.
Yep.
So
that's what I'm saying. That's what.
And the reason why I know this, Slade, is because I programmed a little bit of like the re-animation of the cursor. Like I was messing around with the texture stuff, which would kind of stink if I mean, like it could just be a setting that we toggle on or off, you know? Like I don't think that would be that bad. But you do also lose that functionality of when you like hover an OR node, or if you hover something and it changes your cursor. Like you're not going to get that. But I mean, maybe some people will sacrifice that little quality of life thing for a more snappier mouse.
Yeah, I see that. If you like barely hover the top bar, you can get both cursors and you can see it. You can follow it.
Wait, if we both attack him, it looks like the slime glitches.
No,
he doesn't know who to attack, I think, which is good. We got him.
What do you mean, dude? He was fucking attacking me.
Oh, sorry. You're the tank. My bad.
Yeah, bro. Oh, you thought my Bitmate was the slime because I'm green.
I was trying to attack you.
Dude, let's go own some more shit. Oh, wait, let's get this guy. Oh, we should probably go fishing and get some food. Oh, I have some bananas I can trade you, actually.
What's that healing for?
What's up?
What is that heal for?
I don't know. Let's see. How do I know how much I'm healing played? Or do I just kind of have to eye it?
You can't actually eat the bananas. Did you think that you thought as a monkey you could eat the banana?
I mean, that's so ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly.
What do we eat?
That's such a
you can only. I know, dude. Monkeys eat fish, not bananas.
I mean, what am I supposed to do with these fucking bananas?
They collect bananas. You know. They don't eat them.
All right, let's go fishing in a second. I mean, just bank these fucking useless bananas.
I think they're selling for 500k each.
Does anybody have gold yet? You can only get it from the NPCs, right? The quests.
Yep. Yeah, you can press Q and do the quest if you want.
Yeah, I would recommend everybody probably do those. Just for progression's sake, because you get the rep or whatever from them.
Yeah.
Currently, I haven't done them, but that's just because I wanted to work on my skills first.
Yep, it's currently the only way to get gold in the game, and yeah, it's the only way to get rep, which there's certain items locked behind rep.
All right, Tomb Dog, let's go do a quest.
Alright, let me craft these real quick. I'm trying to build a house.
You know, it'd be really funny because Chop asked for a copper axe. It'd be funny if someone gave them their starter copper axe and couldn't mine trees anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of have a fix for that. Right now, if you log in and log out, it just gives you starter stuff if you don't have it in your bag, so.
That's
I'm
helpful.
following you. I don't know where to go.
Oh, okay. So, like,
Alright.
so say I have an iron axe, would it still give me a copper axe when I rejoin? Or no?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really know where I'm going, but I think I'm going the right way.
What are you looking for right now?
Do you have any teleport tabs?
Yeah, I got teletabs. Hold on, I'll trade you. We're looking for somewhere to fish. Oh fuck, dude! I don't know. Do we have a fishing rod? Did we come with a starter fishing rod? Yeah, we do. Alright, we're good.
If you go into the pinned messages and general chat, you'll see a map of the area.
Yeah.
You'll see some fishing locations, and you'll see the shipwreck. You're going to want to fish at the fishing area directly below the shipwreck.
Got it. I think half the fun is just wandering around and figuring it out, to be honest. Oh, Timmy Stella just died to a mush.
Yeah, right. Why'd you pull these things? Oh.
How do we know what? Oh, he's getting owned. Wait, does everybody have the same hit points and like those can't go up, Blade?
Yeah, right now it's fixed. Everybody has
it.
the same, so.
Oh, nice. We're gonna have some strong peers.
Wait, how do we know what what the monster is named? I feel like at some point you could have like clicked them and it told you. I don't see that option.
Just hover over them. It'll pop up in the top left.
Did they give a description as to how much they hit for, what they do?
Oh, they actually don't anymore.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we just changed some of the UIs, so that was probably something that got broken.
Yeah.
What are we going to get some monkfish?
Yeah. Wait, where'd you go, bro?
I'm too slow.
Dude, we got chicks over here. You guys should put in a follow option. You can like right click follow.
Yeah, it's something we plan to do. Would require us to do some like basic pathfinding though, but other than that, yeah, it's something we plan to do.
Nice.
Can you teleport in the game, or you can just teleport to your friends?
Yeah, you can. Right now, you can teleport to your friends. That's something we'll probably be changing. But you could also, if you open up the menu and then press the settings, there's a respawn button.
Damn, these things hurt like a truck. These murlocs.
Oh, like the things that shoot their spit and.
Yeah, the blue things.
Those are called
Yeah, I don't-
Phibians. I hate them.
Yeah, Yankee boys over here pulling them all.
Dude, when did they stop following?
Now they're on me.
But Timmy Stella just died.
That's just what tempted them. It's okay. I got you.
Dude, where the fuck is this ship with the fishing spot?
There way to pull the map.
There should be a map of it pinned in the Discord.
Oh, but it's not an actual key to open up a
No,
map.
not yet. Ooh, what is this?
And obviously, I just discovered right-clicking to attack was your weapon or any weapon. Is there a way to pull up like what these keys do, as far as like what do I have keybind or I don't know what.
If
Yeah,
you
you can
press the
press the
question mark
question
in the
mark.
bottom right hand corner.
Oh, that's right. All right, let me see.
Is this Vitacrypt that you put in?
I don't know where you are.
What did you put Vitacrypt in, or is it?
Where's the bank?
Vitacrypt is not in, and the bank is right by all the crafting stations in the first area, by the entrance of the cave, and in the town hall of Brightwood.
Okay. And tribes is what, like clan?
Yes, but currently there's no way to join one, only make one.
I mean, you can be
It said
invited.
it said I joined. It said Toomey said I joined the tribe.
How do you
join
MKD?
You
I don't know.
can-
Somebody invited me.
Yeah, you have to be invited to join. You can't just join somebody else's without permission. But yeah, you can join.
Oh, that's how it works. Okay.
Yeah, if you make one, then the leader can invite other people.
Yeah, I don't know if you meet the requirements for this top tier tribe, but just send your stuff. We'll look at it.
Oh, you fell for that scam?
Yeah. Whose tribe is this? MKD. Is that you?
is Unknown's tribe.
Okay.
Oh, I agree.
How do you know that?
If you click on the tribe name, it'll show you who owns it because there will be a little crown next to their name.
Aha. Yankee Boy's in this one. Oh wait, no, that's my friends list.
I like how Taxman made the IRS tribe.
What's the top tribe right now?
Currently, the tribe with the most people is MKD.
Ooh, I'm a dragon now.
You're just gonna walk around and scratch your ass, or are you gonna get some stats?
You can't boost in here. Wait, so what's been going on? I haven't really been keeping up. What's this thing with the public joining, or what's going on? Somebody trying to loop me in?
Essentially, tomorrow at sometime around noon or right after noon, and like a couple hours after, it will become free to play where anyone, as long as they have a wallet, can join, such as MetaMask.
And are they just gonna be one standard monkey or?
Yeah, they will have randomized colors, so they may just have some. So one may be purple, one may be green, but they're just standardized monkeys with no attributes. And they also don't have access to all of the things we do.
Nice. So it's just gonna be a skinless Fortnite character. Nice.
Yeah.
Noobs.
Plus, also in chat, while if you were to type in chat right now, you see there's a little monkey face next to your character. Well, they're not going to have that. Theirs is just going to be blank.
Nice. Nice.
How does magic work? Are there runes, or is it like in the beta where it's like unlimited cast with a staff?
Yep, there's no ammunition right now, so fire away.
I assume there's going to be at some point.
It's not certain how we'll do it yet. I mean,
yeah,
it probably won't function like RuneScape, where you like have to have specific runes, but we can add like certain cooldowns or like a regenerating amount that you can use.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying that maybe like if you had a staff, they could do some like basic attack, and then if you wanted like harder hitting attacks, you could have like ruins or something like that. I think it was you that said that.
How do you check the leaderboard?
It's its own separate page. I'll go post the link in general chat.
Appreciate it. Blaze #1. That's not fair.
Well, you know, he opened the server to himself 3 days early.
Ah, that makes sense.
Had to test for bugs. What can I say?
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't give him too much of an advantage.
Not bad. I'm in 5th place.
Dude, where's Froggy at? He was on earlier. Slacking.
Also, currently it seems to be a race for who gets to 100 first. I'm trying to beat Flayed, but it's a difficult thing.
Who are you, Eclipse?
No, I'm Menacing Candy.
Actually, not. I'm not racing for total level. I'm just focusing on tools. I'm almost at tungsten.
Ooh, that's cool.
Must be nice knowing what everything does.
Yeah.
Yep.
Must be nice.
I mean, you can always ask. We're right here.
We need to start putting together a Wikipedia.
Yeah, I mean, I plan to do one.
Well, I was asking Menacing Candy to do it.
Wait, what were you asking me?
To start putting together a Wikipedia page.
Yeah, I could possibly do that, but I've already done a bunch, and also just playing the game takes time too.
I'm just kidding, man.
Yeah, we'll put together a good resource for all the stuff that's kind of currently missing.
Looks like everyone likes magic more than range and melee. Well, looks like magic, range, than melee.
Yeah, because you get owned if you're using melee.
I mean, melee's actually good, but you have to learn how to do it.
Also,
You mean like
you can like
now that you
weave in and
mentioned,
out of attacks.
also now that you mentioned the wiki thing, if I wanted to, I could go back through my live stream, get the experience amounts per thing, and I could actually build a wiki now that I have the experience amounts.
I mean, if you wanted the info, I could just send you. I have a sheet with everything on it, so you don't have to actually figure it out through the game.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it'll be a lot faster for us to make something, because we have all the information. I just have to like throw it together on a website or something.
Plus, yours would probably look prettier than mine. I'd probably just throw it together in a spreadsheet and put a link in the Discord.
Yeah, I mean that's probably what I could do. I'm sure people wouldn't even mind, because like making a website will take us time too, and it's not the biggest priority, but I'm sure even a Google Sheet would be useful to some people.
Trying to get this full. Who has full suit astronaut bitmate?
no idea.
Nice. Gonna bring him in.
Yeah, just send me send P Hat first.
I just want to see it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna happen.
Why are you thinking about getting one?
How much are they? What's their attribute? What is it? Body?
It's astronaut suit. No, the body one doesn't come with the helmet.
I found it. No, it's under body.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's a body type. But there's
Oh
another.
yeah.
Yeah, there's another trait called astronaut body.
Oh yeah, I see it. Damn man, who's 75, 60, 40? There's only 8 in the game.
If you think 8 is rare, there's a couple of traits where there's 2 of them. Like, I believe it's pickaxes and golden monkeys.
Oh wow, yeah, there's only 10 pickaxe. You said you don't want to make any of these things have an advantage, correct? As far as like the item. So I was thinking like if the pickaxe could just like you could set a specific mining place connected to it and it'll teleport you to it.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean something like that, you know.
I don't want the traits to have any kind of in-game advantage. I mean, we do plan to do additional things with them, but not that's going to, I don't know, lead the game down a route of the majority of the player base, which will end up being free to play, calling the game a pay-to-win game. So
True. Later on, once all the locations are open as cities, is there gonna be a thing where you can like kind of set a like a heartstone or like an end to teleport somewhere of your preference?
yeah, we'll have different teleports connecting like the different towns and things. And at that time, we'll turn off because right now you can teleport to friends. We'll end up turning that off and changing the way that that works.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, let's go. I got 2 emeralds already. It's good, right?
Yeah. It's 1 in 100 chance.
What does that do?
A lot.
They look cool.
Give me one.
NTY. I'm only 6 mining. I already got 2 emeralds. It's fucking sweet.
Lucky.
Mm-hmm. I think I just found something you might need, want to consider fixing. I'm over here mining, and Toomey Stella's pestering me, and every time he tries to trade me, it stops me from mining.
Yeah. Should we ban him?
I mean, dude, it's pretty annoying. He's trying to exploit me. He said 0.1 and I will stop. Dude, fuck off.
What are those green wisps deep in the cave supposed to be?
Wisps in the cave? It's just I don't know. I don't think it's supposed to be anything specific right now. It's just some art. Did you go all the way to the back of the cave where the bitmates are mining?
Yeah. Right now I'm just trying to check out the new area.
Yeah, there's not too much there yet. It's kind of just to hold players over until we get the Magmadillo boss ready.
Snips, you in here?
Where's Snips?
Dude, he was chopping trees with me earlier. I don't know what happened.
Where's Marks?
I don't know. We should get him on now.
Something crazy to me is just how many accounts are still on after all this time.
Yeah, man. There's incentive now.
Do we report them? Are they botting?
Froggy was botting earlier.
Yeah. How does it work? You talk to him if they don't respond.
Yeah, then
Think lost my gains is botting over here.
Yep.
Yeah. We should make a citizen's arrest.
Oh, you noticed that too? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This one in the corner spotting too, I think.
Yeah, I think.
Look, I traded. What? See, it glitched. It glitched. Look, it's not mining anymore. Should probably report that bot. Look, it's literally not mining anymore. Stop.
Boy. 1v1 yeah.
Doesn't even speak. Good deal. Wait, are these crabs dangerous? They look friendly.
Yeah, go find the big one.
Where's that at?
I don't know how to get to
Uber's
it.
over here. He's got a gold chain over here.
Did you see his brain?
Yo! He's dying! I learned the crabs to him. He's dying!
Where? Wait, did he die? Wait, did he die? Or are you luring us?
No,
wait.
He died.
Dude, come over here, come over here. Down here.
Wait, actually, that should be a thing that should be fixed, Floyd. Because I didn't mean to pull aggro or whatever on these things, and I took them over to an area that somebody didn't pull it, and they died. They just like transferred the aggro to them. I don't know.
Follow me, dude.
In other words, I got someone killed.
Do
right over
we
here.
condone
Here.
Bitmate murder?
Well, I don't know. I think. Oh, what is this big thing?
I was luring.
GG, kid, you're dead.
Dude, it can go over the rocks. I thought it was safe spotting it. Oh, that's too good.
Wait, was that anyone on the call that died?
I don't know who died, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know either, but there was someone there. The crabs got him. His grave was in the just around.
Oh, Air rejoined the call.
Yeah, he's over here mining.
Oh, Froggy's back.
In here?
I don't know. Not in the call. Playing.
Well, I guess you can say he didn't croak.
Is there anything that I can what's the skill called? Blacksmith with just one kind of ore with just tin ore.
No, you need to. Yeah, you gotta combine tin and copper and coal to make bronze.
Later, the ores just take one type of ore, such as iron or tungsten or steel or gold. But for the first ore, you do need two separate ores.
What's the best gold?
Gold currently has no purpose. The highest tier ore currently is platinum, which
I'm sorry,
also
that's not what I meant to ask. What's the best weapon you can make?
the best weapon you could make would be platinum.
That's not in the game yet, right?
We
Yeah, it's
have
in.
platinum weapons, but we don't have platinum tools yet because we don't have elm wood.
Nope, their elm trees are in the map now.
Okay, never mind then.
On the ground? That's all I heard.
What do you think I've been doing this whole time?
Do you want to do my count next? Is that allowed?
Yeah, you just have to give them your private key.
You trust me not to waste all your money, right?
Yeah, sure. You wouldn't scam me, right?
Maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't. Maybe you should ask Pascal what happens. Yeah.
Wait, why does he have a blue monkey next to his name? The golden
he-
guy over here, huh?
That's
He
because
has.
he owns a lot of monkeys. The more monkeys you own, the different tiers. Like there's like Monkey King, Advanced Monkey.
Ah,
Yeah,
wealth
you only
status.
owe
Okay,
one.
okay.
You only
Damn.
owe one, so nothing to worry about for you.
Gotta get my money up. Now we know who to exploit. Hey, Linda, we got him.
At 10 mining, I'm going to go do some fishing.
Diversifying is not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I got 11 wood lumberjacking, and I'm going to get 10 mining and then go fish. Since we can't eat bananas, apparently.
Yeah, didn't you hear we're pescatarian monkeys? We only eat fish.
God. Jimmy, look at that bot over there, not botting anymore.
Yeah, how do we report?
I don't know. So we messed his auto clicker up.
Flade, I meant to ask a little while back, but do palm trees still drop coconuts as a low % chance, or is that no longer a thing?
Right now they're just dropping palm wood.
Nips, where you at? Good talks.
Yeah, I don't know what this guy's doing. Must be whacking it.
Wait, what's the incentive of just being logged in?
I don't think there is one.
Oh, I thought somebody said that earlier. It's okay, we'll lure him. Get him.
Yeah, let's lure Aerolytics for his golden monks. Dude, he's gonna die.
IRL?
No.
Wait, where'd he go?
Dude, he fucking dipped. He headed west. We were cramping his style.
It's okay, I'm gonna find him. These are different ores. Are there any requirements for any of them?
Click on it. I'm gonna teleport you though, because I need some different ores.
Yeah, all of these ones are level 1. There's higher
okay.
level ones around.
When do I
Paralytic.
switch? When I hit 10 or what?
Teleport over here.
5?
Yeah, you can get iron at 10.
I'm clicking these ores and it's not mining them.
They're out.
I don't think it was out. It worked though.
Oh, I got my first sapphire.
Nice. What are you mining? Iron?
Tungsten.
Oh god. What
You
is
can
that,
get
30?
rubies and iron.
What's your mining level? 14?
22.
Same thing.
After I finish mining some tungsten and I get some coal and I get some pine, then I can get some tungsten tools. You know, just a tiny bit of work.
Is ammunition with arrows unlimited right now as well? Like similar to mage?
Yes, currently it's unlimited.
Got it.
And although I
Is that
don't,
going to be changed?
from what I've heard, I'm not sure if this is finalized or not, but I've heard that there will be arrows for special things, maybe a fire arrow. Oh, and you'll have a limited amount of those, and when you're out of those, you'll just start using regular arrows. I think regular arrows just come with the bow. You just have a mystical, magical quiver.
Hmm.
It's popping over here.
It really is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn, it's like 8 of us here.
Yeah, there's like 21 people on right now.
Yeah, I can't wait to see tomorrow when FTP opens. It seems like there's a ton of interest, just generally like in the Discord of people who aren't 8 holders but who want to play.
I've now been playing for probably about 6 hours now.
Really?
Yeah, it's crazy how many hours you can sink into this game and not realize that you've been playing for this long. Because the last time I checked my live stream counter, it probably said 5 hours, and these past 30 minutes have gone by in a breeze.
Start streaming on Twitch?
No, currently I'm on YouTube because I feel like it would have been easier to set up than on Twitch, because in general, I'd never streamed, and it took a little bit of troubleshooting just to get it set up on YouTube. And I know more about the YouTube interface than the Twitch interface for creating a stream, that is.
How does that work with new games? Like if you just wanted to, for example, stream on Twitch, Bitmates, you know how there's categories for searching games? Do you just like make a
Right.
custom one?
Yeah.
No, I made a. We have a Bitmates category on Twitch. You could type in Bitmates and it'll show up.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I set it up.
Yeah.
Flayed on top
Yeah,
of everything.
we're gonna be working with the Twitch drop system too within the next couple weeks. So if you don't know what that is, like a streamer can go and turn their stream on and stream under the Bitmates category, and then people who go and watch that stream, they can connect their Bitmates account with their Twitch account, and then they'll be able to get free stuff in game while watching that stream.
Oh, that's an interesting system.
Yep. So if you guys are looking to stream, you'll be able to do that, and I'm sure people will go and watch your stream just because they want free stuff. So.
Well, I may have to move over to there
Oh, I
then.
just followed it. I have 5.
You know what I just realized? I'm fighting the wolves and I don't have any food.
How do you heal in game? You said potion? I mean, fish?
Yeah, if you catch fish, you can cook them and then eat them for food.
How much does each one heal for?
Every fish is different. Right? It starts out at probably like 4 or 6 health, and you have 100 to start.
What's our base HP? 25?
100.
So the stats was our heart. What's that?
Hold on.
I'm 24 under a heart, 66 under a book. I think that's a book. A fist, I assume that's my strength or combat. I don't know. 63.
$63 strength.
I think so. I don't know what the heart is though. You see what I'm talking about, Flade? If you hit equipment.
No, I mean, those are the numeric traits attached to the bitmates. If you want to see your stats, you can press R.
So, I mean, do they have any effect in the game?
No,
Or-
not right now.
Oh, okay.
Something I've noticed with the wolves is I feel like their attack range is slightly higher than it should be. Like sometimes I'm running around them and they just snip me like farther than I feel like they should.
I mean, they're wolves, bro. What do you expect?
Yeah, I mean we changed the way that the hitbox works for attacks. So the wolves have a little bit of a larger hitbox, mostly for that effect. I mean, I don't want people to just be able to endlessly run away from every enemy in the game. So, yeah, if you get too close to the wolves, sometimes they'll catch you.
Whoa, the monster mass monkey. He's big. You're looking like it. I hear your TV, Yankee boy.
Me.
Yeah.
Did you call me Yankee boy?
Yep.
Makes sense. All right, let's go. Let's go fish or something. I'm 11 mining.
Where you at?
We just gotta find out where the fish are.
Oh, the tour guide's right here.
Oh, okay, let's follow him. Maybe I'll just teleport around and see if any of my friends online are at the fishing spot.
That's cool.
What?
Secrets. Discovered
See what,
something.
see what Snips is doing. I think that guy's botting. Dude, he is. He's chopping. He's chopping trees and he's not talking. I'm gonna do the trade trick on him.
Is that gonna be fixed, Floyd?
Fix what? Oh, the trading?
Yeah.
Yeah, or I'll fix that tomorrow.
Oh, it's getting patched already. Gotta abuse it now.
Good. Oh, dude, the Frogman's here too.
Wait, how are you me? What?
Oh, is it showing up as he's using your bitmate?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing that the other day too.
How does that work? How do I do that?
He just screenshots it and uploads it and then uses it.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah, it's a right-click save.
White pay for a golden monkey. What a waste.
This guy Snitz, he's got a sophisticated bot. He's back at it again.
Snips, you there? So trading certain things, is that permanent? Like, does it remove it from your bitmate? Or how does that work?
Or give me your hat, I'll test it.
Good one.
No, it's not permanent. You can if you press E and then right click or shift and then left click your equipment, you can take it off.
Yo, bro, you're naked.
Yeah, you could take your stuff off and then swap bitmates and then put it on.
Their skeletons are so cool.
Now swap. So like you can swap to your dragon. Now put your P hat on.
A bunch of people are just over here sitting at the spawn. Like, what are you doing?
Also, just so you know, when you swap and trade trades like that, that's not going to be a permanent thing. Like, you always have access to your own again, but when you leave and rejoin, the person's traits you're borrowing disappear from your inventory.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm a dragon with a P hat now.
I've gotten some pretty nice screenshots though, where I just have a whole bunch of stuff on because everyone just gives it out.
Jimmy, I think they got rid of all the fishing spots.
No fishing?
Yeah, they removed them.
What do you mean?
They don't exist in the game anymore.
Well, that's weird.
No, I'm just kidding. I just don't see them. And I refuse to look at that map.
Hey, you try to send me your bitmate real quick? Let me check something out.
Who messing?
Yeah, can you send your rifle bitmate? Zombie one?
What fish are you looking for?
The lowest one.
It's just to the right of Pascal, and Pascal is to the northeast of spawn.
Got it. Let's see. What is it? Slash respawn? Is that how I get that? Yeah, okay.
Or you could just open settings and respawn from there.
Got it. Wait, how do I know if I'm going northeast? Like, we don't have a compass.
North is up, east is right. We just say that north is up. We just use actual directions for some reason.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Hey, where'd you go?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm looking for this damn fishing spot.
No teleport.
I'm getting lured. Dude, your bitmate's way faster than mine.
I'm a dragon.
Makes sense. Oh, I think we found something. Oh, let's go. The GTFO, find your own fishing spot.
I'm gonna give you the pea hat, trade.
Still off, bro.
Wait, is there music in the game?
Currently, no, because I believe it was causing too many lag problems, but eventually it most likely will be. And also, sound effects haven't been added for like chopping trees and stuff yet. Although in the cave there is birds tweeting.
Thank you, Winks.
You can turn the music on if you want. It just might sound distorted. If you go to the settings and just like turn the master volume up and down and the music volume up and down.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Mine's all the way up and I don't hear music.
You
Turn it
gotta
up and down.
you flip the switch.
Oh.
Just slide it down and then back up again. Make sure your tab isn't muted or anything.
Yeah, I don't hear it, but I don't really want to hear it right now anyway.
You're missing out, Jason Derulo.
Jason Derulo.
Good concert.
What was your favorite song by him? Wiggle?
It's up there.
Or Riding Solo?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah, that is tough.
Is Key Baby getting on?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, what about What You Say? That was a good one. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, Candy Shot By. Jason Derulo's pretty good too.
Oh, Riding Solo. This guy had some hits.
Trumpets is pretty good too.
What do you say?
Trumpets.
Trumpets?
Mhm.
I don't remember that one. Wait, where'd you go? You're not fishing anymore? Too hard for you? Never mind.
I don't know if I'm getting anything.
You can check your inventory. Click on the backpack.
Or you can press I.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I'm
fair
getting
enough.
some raw sardine. Gotta get some fish. Some sharks.
Yeah, that's just one step over. It's the sharks.
Sadly, you can't fish sharks yet.
Oh, they still have the
Manta
baby guards on for you.
Do you mind giving me a per potion?
Yeah. Just try me. We're fishing.
Nips.
Hello.
There you go.
Oh, thought you were botting. I've been reporting you all night.
Oh
Now he's
shit.
back at the bot stop.
Oh, right.
On FaceTime.
Yeah, right. With who?
This girl. This chick. You wouldn't know.
Yeah, right.
You're into that now?
Toomey, what you up to?
Fishing.
We're fishing. Teleport to us.
Oh shit. I have
And 23 fishing now.
damn, what level wood cutting am I? I've been 12. Lol. I've been just hacking away at these fucking oak trees.
Yeah, we saw
Yeah,
it.
If
I
you're
traded
level
you and I stopped your
12,
bot.
if you're level 12, you can go to palm trees.
Do you have the
Palm
script for that?
Hold on. My mom's calling. A moment.
Yeah, okay. Updating
Yeah,
the script.
yeah, I was definitely whacking it, huh?
Who's this kid?
That's him.
Trade him.
I kidnapped the baby. Give me ransom.
What happened?
I kidnapped a baby.
You want a
Baby on
baby?
your back? Is that Snips?
No. I heard a baby. I don't know. Oh, he said he kidnapped the baby.
That doesn't sound good. 1 second, please. Need help my daughter poop. That's sweet.
Where'd you get the kid? I want one. Hey, Snips, the script's almost there. You just have to get on the move. You okay, Snips?
He's logged, dude. Script must have not functioned.
Snips, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. My whole PC just crashed.
Oh, but not Discord.
No, it did. I just restarted. Boy.
Time to upgrade?
No.
My PC's never crashed.
Shit. PC's never lived. Oh, now my dog's barking. Lovely.
He'll stop.
Maybe.
You're really wasting XP right now.
I know. Why is my doggy freaking out?
Slade, what's your sleep schedule been like?
I mean, pretty awful the last few days, but I mean, it was especially bad last night. I think I slept for probably like 4 or 5 hours. I've also been working like 12 plus hours a day, 7 days a week for the last month.
Damn. Any breaks in sight?
I mean, once things settle down, probably in the next couple weeks, we'll start to slow down a little bit. But I think once the weather gets nicer, I tend to take a bit more time off anyway. Just
What, to mow the lawn?
Nope.
Alright. I'm rebooting.
I think I just got another emerald from fishing.
I don't think that's possible.
No, I think so, man. I think I did.
You sure you just didn't notice it beforehand?
I'm positive. Must be a glitch.
Wait, I have one. Yeah, I got one too. Oh wait, no, I just get this for mining.
I need to go craft all these logs. I've got 3 full rows of oak logs.
Yeah, I did that earlier. It's pretty quick. It takes like 5 minutes.
Can you make us a fire?
I don't know if that's how it works.
Does anyone here watch Demon Slayer?
Like the quest guide?
No, there was like a, I wasn't even like a movie, but there's a new thing out for leading up to the new season. I think it's coming out in the next couple of weeks.
Can't say I have.
It's one of the animes that I want to get into, but I just haven't set aside the time to do it.
Be right back, 1 second.
XP Wasters Anonymous over here. Nice party hat to me.
Just up for so.
Oh yeah. What, 5 ETH? 2 ETH? What was it again?
Okay, was one.
One Gwei? That's sick. Let's go.
I forgot
How's
how much
UNC? Huh?
I forgot how much of a grind pine can be because pine trees are guarded by wolves.
There's a couple new trees that should be AFKable.
Yeah, I bet there's some in Brightwood. I just haven't explored the new Brightwood much, and this is just the first place I went to. I should probably go there, though. It'd probably make this a little faster.
Hey Snips, how's UNC doing? March Madness.
What?
Are they still in?
Well, UNC didn't make the tournament, as far as I know.
That's rough. What the hell?
I like the
Yeah.
banners you added to the bandit camp.
Oh yeah, those are new. Yeah, there's a bunch more stuff we need to add to that area. I just didn't have the time the last few days.
Well, don't overwork yourselves.
Yeah, we'll get it all in eventually.
Now, is this open all the time, or do you shut this down?
This will be open basically 24/7. We will have to go down periodically for maintenance, but that'll be like every few days, maybe once a week, for just an hour or two, like most likely.
Okay.
There's no crafting stations in Brightwood yet, right?
Other than the couple campfires, no. But yeah, I mean that's a good idea. I should probably toss a few in there.
Oh, I found the elm tree. It looks really cool.
Ah, fishing level 4. Oh my.
Moving up in the world.
I know, right? When Bitmates get or wiki.
Yeah, I know. We need to put something together.
That'd be cool. Just
Somebody
don't use
brought that up
fucking
earlier.
fandom. I'm sure wiki has templates and stuff. Fandom's the devil. If you've encountered that before.
Doesn't fandom just let anyone edit it, like, at all?
I'm not too sure. It's just it loads so horribly and is just completely riddled with ads and stuff.
Oh, okay.
That's my gripe with it. And they don't backlink stuff and it's just really poorly. I mean, I guess it depends on the game too. But the games I've used it for have been pretty rough.
Yo,
Yo.
Timmy Stella got off?
Yeah.
Yeah, he logged.
That's fucking embarrassing.
Kind of hit the sack.
I'm gonna hit your sack.
Hit the sack. What do you have to do tomorrow? Except fat.
Gotta be there at 5 in the morning. They want me in the grill.
Oh, and in the
Dairy
other
Queen?
in the
Nah,
BK.
McDonald's.
Uh,
I might have to switch, so. I think Hardee's will be better.
Yeah, fast.
Remember that Bojangles that we went to that one time? Seemed chill there.
Yeah, that's with the free Bowberry biscuits.
Yeah.
Yeah, that place was sick.
What do you guys like? So that way I can hook you boys up.
Chicken supreme dinner with fries.
Cajun filet biscuit, bruv.
Alright, sounds like Bojangles might be the move.
I have some Bojangles next week.
I wish we had Bojangles up here. It's pretty good.
Have you had
French fries
Bojangles?
one.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Can you bring that over, or is that just has to like stay around here?
Bring it over what?
Like just franchising Bojangles out into like different part of the states or just out of the country or something?
Well, I'm in France, so
Oh.
we were thinking about bringing it out here.
Yeah, just overseas real quick. No problem. Yeah, I'm just in like New England area, so we don't got Bojangles.
Well, why not?
I don't know.
Do you guys have cookout?
Do we have what?
Cookout.
Maybe, I don't know. You ever
I
have
don't think so.
Cane's?
Southern
Cane's is
states.
good. Cane's is good.
Yeah. You ever have In-N-Out Burger?
Nope.
Yeah, that's a West Coast thing.
You look like you've had it.
What
They
about
got really good shakes.
Whataburger?
What about Mondo Burger?
I don't think I've heard of them.
It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, just look it up.
Is Ed still cooking?
Yeah, he's still cooking. He's still on the grill.
Nice. What was the other guy's name? You remember P-Hat?
Who?
the movie P-Hat. Was it called P-Hat?
Oh yeah, Fat Beach.
Fat Beach. Oh my god.
Oh, Dexter Reed was the other one's name.
Ah, yeah, that's what it was.
And then there's Mr. Bailey and Mr. Wheat.
I have to watch that P-Hat movie. Was it P-Hat Beach?
Yeah.
P-Hat Beach?
Is there?
Hmm.
I think I might get the highest fishing level in the game tonight.
Darrell! That dude was
What other fishing spots we got? What's
Just so
our
you know,
progression?
number one places don't tend to last long.
Oh, a challenger
Oh,
approaches.
okay. All right. Calm down, buddy.
You got new fishing at level 6, level 12. Where are you at?
Oh shit, I'm higher than
Level
that. Where's level
5.
6 at?
I'm about
Oh,
to
let's.
level.
Yeah, where's
7.
Hold on,
7.
hold
where's
on.
the
Wait,
street?
wait till your boy.
Go
Level 6
go west.
is in
West,
the
Can you
okay.
just go there and I teleport to you? Is that a thing?
No,
Yeah.
you could walk there. It's
That's
it's
really
at
how
the
I
big
Oh,
feel.
pond.
that's too much work. I don't know.
You could
Uh,
also just respawn and then run left, and you'll find a pond.
That's it? That's level 6?
I think I found one.
Yep.
28. Close, close, close.
Yeah, at least you're not having to do level 12 yet.
Wrong with
Level
that?
12 is guarded by the Phibians, the blue guys that chase and spit at you.
Oh yeah, I saw you die to one of those earlier.
What's the XP rate in this game?
Mine's
Depends on
better
what
than
you're
yours, I'll
Depends
tell
what
you
you
that
do.
much.
Fishing.
I feel like
What's
it's
the question?
pretty even, but it can get a bit slow at times, but usually it doesn't get too slow.
Need to catch 3 more fish.
Jimmy, I'm respawning. I'm gonna try to just run left, as Flade said.
Okay. Teleport to you.
Damn, no love. No love for the laggard. There we are. All right.
You get 6.
Yeah,
Fuck, another 28. Dude, where is this? Where's this fake 12 spot you're talking about?
Okay, well,
The
if you see
12?
the 28 spot, go
Yeah.
a bit to the left. The level 6 spot is on the outskirts of the pond.
Oh, I remember this. Hold on, I
No,
recall
you
this
don't.
from. Listen, fella. I put in some hours
I mean, you guys are just liars because.
before the Great Reset.
Oh god, the Great Reset.
Where are there more fishing spots for level 28?
Seems as if every single fishing spot is 28.
I found one.
It's level 12 or level 6.
Yeah, bro, I'm getting salmon. Come at me.
No
Or raw
way.
guppies,
Take
rather.
off your hat, bro.
Guppies. That's the right one, right, Flade?
That's level 6, yeah.
The next level fish is
Stream or lion?
Windy.
These are 17. Are you sure you're not glitching?
D's, follow me. You big dummy.
Dude, I changed my name.
Oh, my mistake.
Wait, where'd you go?
Somebody has your name with an X and is higher ranked than you on the leaderboards.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
Yankin Deeks?
No, Magics.
Oh.
Rank 25.
Damn. Get wrecked, bro.
Dude, who is this fraud?
You're the fraud. What do you mean? He's higher rank.
Yeah, look in the mirror, bro. There are only 2 spawns here, I think.
The guppies? No, there's a handful around the pond.
Where? Oh, there might
You'll
just
have
be
to
some other spots as
experiment.
well. Oh, actually
Let's
play the
experiment.
game? Discover things? Oh, there it is. Magiques.
Boom.
Damn.
Boom.
I got owned.
Oh. Oh.
Fire.
Oh. Yeah, I feel like CBDCs feel pretty bullish for precious metals.
Oh yeah. That's crazy. I mean, it kind of, yeah, there needs to be some
Wait,
sort
where
of
did you guys go?
material, physical means of exchange. All right, you can just teleport over here.
I think I might buy some like still silver shecklings. Shekels.
Flay, have you gotten up to tungsten yet?
No, I'm in IRL. I'm gonna make some of these supplies soon.
Yeah, I need to go craft all my shit. I've got 5 slots left.
Yeah. I've got 2 slots left, so I'm pretty close.
My bad.
Yeah, GG. I'm kind of leaving the frog in the dust.
Are we?
Yeah.
Cool. Damn, these guppies. They're running all over the place. I got the hiccups. Fuck.
You mining coal, Zelda?
Yeah. I'm almost to what I need to smelt my tungsten.
If you've done any quests, I've just been buying the coal from Wilson.
Is it really cheap now? Because I thought it was like 10 coins per thing before.
It's 8, but there's really not too much to spend the coins on right now, and coal's kind of the biggest waste of time.
Why it doesn't mine quickly?
It mines somewhat quickly. It's just sort of boring to mine because you're going back to a low level thing.
Yeah. So I think it's better just to buy it and then spend your time doing higher level stuff.
Alright.
Yeah, I don't really mind mining the coal.
Alright, that was my last fishing.
If anything, I feel like I'd mind doing all the quests and just everything specific they need.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, for chops, I just need to gather... I need to gather coal, I need to gather tin, and I need to gather copper, all to make him an axe.
Or you could just bank your axe and log out and log back in and cheat the system.
Yeah, I could.
True. Alright, boys. Good
Alright,
luck
fat
with the
boy.
grinding.
Alright, I'll be on till 3.
3, that's it?
Mm-hmm. Alright, see you, man.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya.
Do Bluebee and them have shops now, or are they still work in progress?
No shops yet for those guys.
We got 2 people over here fighting Phibians. Pretty sweet to see. Everyone doing their own thing. Good
Yeah.
on them.
It's cool just seeing people roam around on their own little mission.
Yeah, they're probably like in their own separate little voice channel. I feel like there's got to be some kind of death penalty, though. At least something.
The problem with death penalties is like RuneScape's death penalty isn't really a death penalty because you just end up putting all the stuff in your bag that you don't want to lose, so it just becomes an annoyance. And then like the only places where the death penalty even matters in RuneScape is Wilderness.
Yeah,
Yeah, but not back in the day. Remember, like,
just
if you died at like,
hitting.
would die at like somewhere far away, like Troll Stronghold, and you had to like, that's just arbitrary, but having to like run back and try to get your loot before the, before graves and whatnot, before it appeared and other people picked it up, or before an extra minute elapsed and it disappeared. I don't know. I always thought that was kind of cool. It's like less baby guards.
I feel like it's also sort of, I feel like I don't know how the runestone system worked, but I feel like it's hard to create both a fair and enjoyable death penalty because you don't want it to be so annoying where you just have to go back, trek back, and figure out where your stuff is and then pick it back up just to go back to doing whatever you were doing. But you also don't want it to be too detrimental either. So you need. So if there's going to be some sort of punishment, there has to be some fine line you have to go along to get it to not just be annoying, but also work well.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say don't die then, right? Don't die if you don't want it to be like annoying. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's difficult, especially when people like can lead monsters to you.
Yeah, it's like a skill set thing. I don't know.
Like people just led slimes to us, and I almost died.
That's part of the fun.
It's not fun because you have to wait for the queue to end, and then you have to press X, and it's like really difficult to get out of the screen in time.
Yeah, well, we can look into that. I feel like that's just kind of an unintended consequence of how we built the aggro system. Because right now there's damage that contributes to who gets aggro, but there's also a proximity aggro, and so that's how that's happening. It's just kind of the damage isn't adding enough aggro, so when a player leads it to another player, the proximity aggro kicks in, and then they start attacking that player.
Oh my god. Oh, is it 4 logs for a plank? Nice. I was about to say I'm making 100 planks. I'm gonna be here for a year if I'm not careful.
Nice, dude.
You alright there, sir?
Yeah, just choking on some water. What's the quickest skill to train?
I mean, all the life skills are about equal. The combat.
I would
What?
have
Go
to
ahead.
say, out of all the life skills, I'd say fishing because there's intermediaries between level 10 and 20, while some of the other skills don't have that. Like for wood, it goes from palm to pine straight there, and it goes from iron to tungsten, while fishing, I believe, has a 12 and a 17.
Yeah, they should be about on parity, unless my math is wrong. But probably the fastest would be melee. But you have to group stuff up with a sword.
Oh, you can like stack hits if you get things in a group.
Yep, and then you get XP for each damage you deal, so
Got
you
it.
can get damage like 5 times faster than the other skills.
It seems like cooking is pretty quick. I mean, you could just have a
Well,
bunch of sardines and
yeah, the crafting skills are super quick, but you need the materials. So probably like in the future, once there's like an excess of items, yeah, players will just be buying them for premium to kind of skip some of the grind.
yeah.
Basically like what they do in RuneScape for skills like prayer and stuff, rather than grabbing bones, and then bones
Got
get really expensive.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, making tungsten axes and stuff gets pretty expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with like the woodworking and the blacksmithing skill, because you need to get it to level 21 before you get any substantial experience. So you don't just have to get to level 20, you gotta get past that.
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. 23 woodworking, 22 blacksmithing. So I'm about to make tungsten tools.
Yeah, currently I am at 18 woodworking, so I'm chopping down some palm. And I need some more tungsten to smelt so that I can get to level 21 blacksmithing so I can make some more experience giving items. And I'm probably going to hop off in a minute or two just because I've been doing this for probably like 6 hours at this point.
Yeah.
Attaboy.
Go stay fresh.
Okay,
Go
sorry.
stay fresh for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's actually probably closer to 7 hours at this point. And I've been streaming for about 6.5 of those.
Remember when I was a kid, I would do 14 hours on RuneScape like it was nothing.
I could probably do that here, but it's not the weekend right now, so I do need some sleep to do things.
Yeah. Are you in school or something?
Yeah, I'm in school. Plus, also, I have a job on the weekend now, so I do also need to do that. So, sleep's sort of
That stinks.
important.
Are you in college or high school or middle
High
school?
school.
Got it.
Nice.
High school is so draining. Really, just school in general is so draining.
Drop out.
That is horrible
Right.
advice.
Yeah, I don't. It is a long time each day. Kind of wild.
The class
Yeah.
I find the most interesting, though, is history. Not like what we're actually learning. Like what we learn is interesting. But what I find the most interesting is that probably a month, maybe even a couple of weeks after we learn something, I can't tell you anything about it.
Yeah.
They teach toward the tests.
That sounds right. Guppy nugget. That's cool.
Sounds pretty delicious.
Well, I'm a head off. If anyone wants to see my 6.5 hour stream, you can.
Yeah, I might watch it tonight.
Gives you something to watch in the background while chopping.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Hey, man.
Yep.
Okay, bye.